Chapter 4092. In the southern Kuan ancient city, on the second floor of the Drunken God restaurant, the guide envoy Yang Yiqian met his opponent, Wang Chen, who was also a guide envoy. Wang Chen came from a cultivation clan in the southern Divine region, the Wang family. In the southern Divine region, the Wang family was naturally no match for the 5 great Divine regions, but they were not inferior by much. Wang Chen was also an inner disciple of the Nantian Divine Palace, while Yang Yiqian was just an ordinary disciple. Wang Chen, what kind of wind blew a great god like you here? Yang Yiqian sat down opposite Wang Chen. Gu Fei naturally stood to the side and watched quietly without saying a word. Hehe, Yang Yiqian, you are not well informed. Don't you know that a divine beast has appeared in the Nankuan mountain range? Wang Chen smiled proudly. Divine beast? Gu Fei's eyes lit up. The Nankuan mountain range was just a barren land. There was no way a divine beast could be born here. Moreover, not just anyone could subdue a divine beast. This guy is the ascender you have been waiting for 3,000 years? The young master of the Wang clan cast a disdainful glance at Gu Fei, who was standing beside Yang Yiqian. Yang Yiqian sneered. He did not say anything, which meant that he had admitted it. Looks like this guy is the same as you. A piece of trash. Wang Chen sneered. What did you say? Yang Yiqian was enraged. Hehe, isn't he? Wang Chen looked at Yang Yiqian with disdain. Haha. Yang Yiqian suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Wang Chen asked. I am laughing at your stupidity. Yang Yiqian sneered. You said I am stupid? Wang Chen gritted his teeth. What? Can't you tell me? Yang Yiqian said indifferently. How dare you, Yang Yiqian? Do you dare to enter the life and death ring? Wang Chen said angrily. Life and death ring? When Yang Yiqian heard this, he could not help but be moved. The life and death ring was a place for duels. It was also a place for cultivators to settle their personal grudges. In the life and death arena, one's life and death were up to fate. One could not find trouble with the other party after the battle. There was also a life and death ring in Nankuan ancient city that had not been used for many years. Why wouldn't I dare? Yang Yiqian raged. That's good. Follow me if you have the guts. After saying that, Wang Chen took out a divine crystal and threw it on the table. Then, he left the Drunken God restaurant with his subordinates. Arena of life and death? Gu Fei asked curiously. That's a place for people to fight. Yang Yiqian said solemnly. I see. Gu Fei nodded. Let's go to the life and death arena. With that, Yang Yiqian left the Drunken God restaurant. Gu Fei naturally followed behind Yang Yiqian. He was unfamiliar with this place and wanted to learn more about it. Very quickly, they arrived below the life and death stage. On the life and death stage stood a person. That person, if it wasn't Wang Chen, who else could it be? You really want to go up? Gu Fei said to Yang Yiqian. Are you kidding me? Yang Yiqian said snappily. Gu Fei was speechless. Once on the life and death stage, life and death would be up to fate. Yang Yiqian leaped up and landed on the life and death stage. At this moment, the cultivators who heard the news all rushed towards the life and death stage. Very quickly, countless cultivators gathered around the life and death stage. Everyone looked curiously at the 2 experts who were facing each other on the life and death stage. 2 powerful auras were rising continuously and powerful energy waves were emitted from both of them. Gu Fei looked at the 2 people on the life and death stage calmly. To him, both of them were evenly matched and it wouldn't be easy to determine a winner. Kill. When the 2 gods' auras rose to the peak, both of them attacked at the same time. Boom. The 2 fists collided with each other in an instant, producing a dull thunder-like sound. The 2 figures separated in an instant, and then charged at each other again. The 2 figures moved quickly on the life and death stage. Bam! Boom! The sound of collision could be heard continuously. The 2 gods didn't hold back and wanted to kill each other. Gotcha! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Yang Yiqian screamed in pain and was sent flying. He then fell heavily on the life and death stage. Trash. Not only are you trash, your parents are also trash. That's why they gave birth to you. Wang Chen said coldly. Damn it. Yang Yiqian sat up from the ground. At this moment, he felt pain all over his body. It was as if he was going to fall apart. Die. Wang Qin's right hand grabbed in the air, and a divine saber appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Wang Qin slashed at Yang Yiqian with his saber. Wherever the saber light passed, it only left a ripple in the void. Yang Yiqian was neither hurried nor slow. In the next moment, his divine body suddenly became blurry. The extremely sharp saber light directly slashed through his body. Bam! At the same time, Yang Yiqian's left fist landed on Wang Qin's chest. However, in the next moment, Wang Qin's smile froze on his face. Without any suspense, Wang Qin was sent flying thousands of miles away by Gu Fei. However, he was protected by a secret treasure and did not suffer much damage. Wang Qin was enraged. He roared, and as if he had turned into a huge dragon, he pounced at Yang Yiqian fiercely. Die! Yang Yiqian punched out again, and the entire heaven and earth shook. There was no dazzling divine light, nor was there any sharp sword light. However, the power displayed by this punch was tyrannical to the extreme. Even if there was a huge mountain in front of Yang Yiqian, he would still be able to explode it with a single punch. The two extremely powerful forces collided with each other in an instant. The violent force exploded, and the wind howled in the life and death ring, and the sun and moon dimmed. At this moment, Gu Fei's eyes lit up. In the next moment, Yang Yiqian screamed and fell from the life and death stage. Gu Fei hurriedly flew up and caught Yang Yiqian, who was falling. Yang Yiqian was in a sorry state. His body was covered in blood, especially on his left shoulder. There was a very long wound that was deep to the bone. Trash. You don't like it? Fight me then. Wang Qin laughed unscrupulously. How can these guys be Brother Wang's opponents? A young cultivator with Wang Qin looked at Gu Fei and the others with a look of disdain. Fight me if you don't like it? Gu Fei smiled. At this moment, Yang Yiqian sat on the ground in a lotus position and used his qi to suppress his injuries. Don't go. You are not his opponent. Seeing that Gu Fei was going to fight Wang Qin, Yang Yiqian couldn't help being shocked. However, Gu Fei continued to walk towards the arena of life and death step by step. Then, he walked onto the arena of life and death unhurriedly and stood opposite Wang Qin. You don't like it? Wang Qin stared coldly at Gu Fei as the corner of his lips curled up. He looked extremely frivolous and insolent. You know the answer. Gu Fei said calmly. Do you know what will happen if you go on the life and death stage? Wang Qin continued. Die or live. Gu Fei's voice seemed to never be fast or slow. Since you know, then I will send you on your way. Wang Qin reached out his right hand. His 5 fingers were like a steel frame, aiming for the top of Gu Fei's head. He wanted to scratch out 5 holes on Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei also reached out his right hand. He grabbed Wang Qin's hand and exerted force. Gotcha! With a sound, Wang Qin's entire right arm was twisted like a fried dough twist. The bones in his arm were broken into countless pieces. Wang Qin screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Then, he was kicked off the life and death stage by Gu Fei, falling flat on his face. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. What did I just see? Someone muttered. Gu Fei actually crippled Wang Qin with one move. This made everyone feel like they were in a dream. This scene was too unreal. The few people that Wang Qin brought were shocked and furious. Fight me if you're not convinced. Gu Fei stood on the stage and looked at the clowns below the stage coldly. Do you know who you injured? You're dead. The people brought by Wang Qin said to Gu Fei in a stern tone. SK. Gu Fei didn't care at all. Who cares if they were the emperor? As long as they dared to provoke him, he would kill them with a punch. Fight me if you're not convinced. On the life and death stage, Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back, displaying the demeanor of an expert. Countless cultivators below the life and death stage didn't say anything. The guys that Wang Qin brought only dared to squeak under the life and death stage, but didn't dare to go up. One must know that going up on the life and death stage wasn't a joke. If you were beaten to death, no one would avenge you. Of course, no one knew if there was someone secretly making a move. Doing it openly was definitely not allowed. This was the rule of the heavenly god realm. The grudges that happened on the life and death stage couldn't be pursued by either side. Even those big shots in the heavenly god realm didn't dare to break this rule. Haha, you still dare to call us trash? You guys are the trash among trash. Yang Yiqian laughed. Wang Qin's face was ashen. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted. Gu Fei suppressed everyone. No one dared to go up on the life and death stage. However, just when everyone thought that there was no show to watch, a figure came from afar and directly came to the bottom of the life and death stage. He raised his head and looked at Gu Fei on the stage. It's young master. Young master is here. Haha, kid. You're still not dead this time? The few fellows that Wang Chan brought with him started to shout again. Wang family's young master, Wang Yang? Looking at the slender and handsome young man in white, Yang Yiqian's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Chapter 4093. Gu Fei had defeated Wang Chun with a single move, shocking the entire southern Kuren ancient city. He stood on the ring of life and death with his hands behind his back, looking down at the world. Even Yang Yiqian was startled. However, Gu Fei's opponent was the Wang clan. Since he had beaten up Wang Chun, the Wang clan would definitely not let it go. They would definitely find trouble with Gu Fei. In the southern Kuan ancient city, the cultivators gathered around the ring of life and death were not optimistic about Gu Fei's chances. The Wang clan was only slightly weaker than the 5 great authorities. Even the 5 great authorities of the southern divine region would not dare to offend the Wang clan. They could only try to rope in a force like the Wang clan, as a direct confrontation would only result in both sides suffering great losses, allowing the other forces to benefit. However, Gu Fei had beaten up Wang Chun, a direct descendant of the Wang clan. Even the Southern Heaven God Emperor would not be able to protect him. One should know that the Wang clan was quite influential in the Southern Heaven Emperor Palace. The Wang clan and the Southern Heaven God Emperor were allies, in-laws, and grasshoppers on the same rope. After Gu Fei defeated Wang Chun, the young master of the Wang clan, Wang Yang, arrived. The appearance of a divine beast in the southern Kuan mountain range had attracted the young master of the Wang clan. This young man is doomed. Wang Yang has the 9 Yang godly physique. I heard that when he was born, there was a miraculous scene of 9 suns illuminating the sky. Someone stared at the young man below the ring of life and death. Wang Yang was the direct descendant of the Wang clan, but he was different from Wang Chen. Although Wang Chen was also a direct descendant, he was still weaker than Wang Yang. Wang Yang was the real young master of the Wang clan, the son of the patriarch. As the patriarch of the Wang clan, he naturally doted on him. Furthermore, Wang Yang was also very hardworking. He had reached the greater success stage of the true God realm before the age of 20, which was many times stronger than Yang Yiqian, who had only reached the greater success stage of the true God realm after cultivating for 10,000 years. Furthermore, the 9 Yang godly physique was extremely powerful. For an existence like Yang Yiqian, Wang Yang could kill him countless times with a flick of his finger. Although the king's officials are useless, it is not up to outsiders to teach them a lesson. Wang Yang's white robes fluttered in the wind as fiery qi swirled around his body. 9 divine suns seemed to be faintly discernible in the void around him. A terrifying power gathered in his body. Once this power erupted, it seemed to be able to destroy everything. Really? Gu Fei clasped his hands behind his back as he looked at the young man below. His lips curled up into a smile. Kill yourself? Wang Yang looked at Gu Fei on the life and death ring and said faintly, Are you kidding me? Gu Fei said disapprovingly, If you want me to make a move, you won't be able to die even if you want to. As Wang Yang said that, a powerful pressure immediately erupted from his body. It was as if the entire sky had condensed all of a sudden. The surrounding cultivators turned pale with fright and immediately retreated into the distance. A pressure of this level was not something that ordinary people could endure. The young master of the Wang clan is about to make his move. Everyone was extremely excited. They had only heard about how powerful the young master of the Wang clan was, but no one had ever seen him in action before. Brother Nan, this Wang Yang is as famous as you. He is ranked 32nd on the Southern Divine Region's Heaven ranking. He is only 1 rank away from catching up to you. Two young men stood on top of a pavilion in the distance. One of them was dressed in a green robe and stood with his hands behind his back. He was a handsome young man with a slender figure. The other person was a lady in a purple robe. The two of them could be said to be a match made in heaven. Junior Sister Yuan, you are not bad yourself. You are ranked 35th on the heaven ranking. Why don't you challenge Wang Yang and defeat him? Then you will be ranked 32nd on the heaven ranking. Nan Lingyijian said. The lady in the purple robe was called Yuan Zi. She was related to Nan Lingyijian's sect. In another direction, there were also experts on the heaven ranking. The heaven ranking was created by an ancient sect in the heavenly realm. Those on the ranking were all geniuses. Someone like Wang Yang, who possessed the divine constitution of the 9 suns, was only ranked 32nd on the heaven ranking. Nan Lingyijian was ranked 31st. Boom. At this time, a muffled sound could be heard. The entire southern Kuan ancient city trembled. On the life and death stage, Gu Fei and Wang Yang stood opposite each other. The shock waves from their bodies collided with each other, causing the void around them to tremble. How is this possible? Yang Yiqian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this scene. Gu Fei had just ascended to the heavenly realm not long ago, and he was only a mid-level true god. Wang Yang was a late-stage true god. Gu Fei could actually challenge a late-stage true god like Wang Yang with his mid-level true god cultivation. Wang Yang was no ordinary true god. He was someone who possessed the divine constitution of the 9 suns. The divine constitution of the 9 suns was so powerful that it could defeat cultivators of the same level. I have underestimated you. Wang Yang stared at Gu Fei with excitement. It had been a long time since he had met an opponent like Gu Fei. You are not underestimating me. You have overestimated yourself. Gu Fei said indifferently. Is that so? Wang Yang smiled and did not say anything else. At this moment, it was useless to say anything. Only with a strong fist would others respect and fear you. Both of them did not speak. Gu Fei was still relaxed. Wang Yang was strong, but he was not a weakling either. The surroundings were silent as everyone stared at the two people on the life and death stage nervously. This fella dares to go against young master? Wang Chan was shocked. One should know that Wang Yang was the idol of the younger generation. Could this fella be the son of some god emperor? Someone guessed. This person is only a mid-level true god. Nan Lingyijian said indifferently from a pavilion far away. Could it be that he has a divine physique that is even more heaven-defying than the divine constitution of the 9 suns? Yuan Zi frowned. However, she could not tell what kind of divine physique Gu Fei had. You will know soon, Nan Lingyijian said. Wang Yang has met his match this time. A black-clothed man stood on a tree far away. This black-clothed man crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the two people on the life and death stage indifferently. At this moment, Gu Fei moved. Boom! In the next moment, the 9 yang divine force in Wang Yang's body exploded. It was as terrifying as the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes. In an instant, the entire life and death stage was engulfed by divine fire. The divine fire caused the void to distort. Wang Yang's first move was a thunderous strike. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. In the sea of fire, a layer of divine light emerged from Gu Fei's body and blocked the divine fire from all directions. Then, he pointed his finger and pierced through the layers of divine fire towards Wang Yang. Buzz! The space in front of Wang Yang trembled. Divine fire surged, and a divine sun appeared in front of him, blocking the finger light that was about to pierce through. However, at this moment, a huge hand pierced through the divine sun and hit Wang Yang's chest. In the next moment, Wang Yang's feet left the ground and he was sent flying. Roar! Wang Yang roared and the 9 yang divine force surged from his body. 9 wheels of divine light rushed out of his body and dissolved the power of Gu Fei's palm. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of Wang Yang's mouth. He slowly landed on the life and death stage. Bang! The moment his feet touched the ground shook violently, as if it had been ruthlessly smashed by a 500-kilogram hammer. Then, 9 balls of fire rushed out of Wang Yang's body and turned into golden birds. They circled around him. Every golden bird emitted the extremely terrifying power of the 9 yang divine fire, which was enough to burn the void. Go! Wang Yang waved his right hand, and the 9 golden birds flying around him immediately flew towards Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei started punching. He immediately got into a stance, and in the next moment, the 9 golden birds that swooped down were directly blown away. What? Seeing this, Wang Yang was dumbfounded. Rumble. In the next moment, boundless divine power surged out of Gu Fei's right hand and turned into a black dragon that was dozens of meters long. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it broke through the layers of divine fire and pounced towards Wang Yang. 5 elements into 5 fire. 9 yang move heaven and earth. Wang Yang circulated the 5 elemental 9 yang divine fire technique with all his might. He waved his hands and 9 balls of 5-colored divine fire appeared in front of him. He pushed his palms upwards as if he was holding up 9 dazzling suns. Boom! With an earth-shattering boom, the 9 balls of divine fire that soared into the sky instantly collided with the black dragon that was swooping down fiercely. Terrifying yuan qi rippled out in all directions, and cracks immediately appeared on the ground beneath Wang Yang's feet. The entire life and death stage shook. Even the spectating cultivators could feel the tremors coming from beneath their feet. Is this the power of a profound true god? The surrounding cultivators were shocked. The young master of the Wang clan, Wang Yang, was indeed powerful. That attack had the power to split heaven and earth. Even Nanling Yijian and Yuan Zi could not help but be moved when they sensed the terrifying might of Wang Yang's attack. Wang Yang, who was ranked 32nd on the heaven ranking, was indeed capable of being arrogant. Young master is invincible. Young master is invincible. Young master will win. The people from the Wang clan cheered. At this moment, a figure walked out from the divine fire. It was Gu Fei. He looked as if he was taking a stroll in the park and was not affected at all. Good. Again. At this moment, Wang Yang finally became serious. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Gu Fei stood proudly and stared fiercely at Wang Yang. He was still punching, and no one could tell what he was punching. Each move was simple and direct, but its power was earth-shattering. 9 suns fall. Wang Yang roared. Endless divine power of the 9 suns burst out from his body. In the next moment, 9 sun-like divine lights appeared in the sky. It was a miracle. All the cultivators in South Kuan City were dumbfounded. Chapter 4094. In the non-Kuan ancient city, Gu Fei and Wang Yang were dueling. Wang Yang finally got serious and displayed the killer move of the descending 9 suns. 9 divine suns descended from the sky, and the whole world shook. It was like the end of the world. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Is this really the killer move of the Wang family? The older generation of martial artists were all shocked. This was a killer move. It was so powerful that it was said to be able to break through hell. If this guy can take this move, he should be proud. Nanling One Sword said in shock when he saw this scene. Wang Yang was really scary when he was serious. All the martial artists who were watching the fight were stunned. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 forces instantly collided with each other, and the resulting energy fluctuations spread in all directions. If it were not for the array of the life and death stage, the whole ancient city would have been destroyed in an instant. At this moment, Wang Yang let out a loud roar and stomped his feet on the ground. Like a fire dragon, he charged toward Gu Fei and threw a punch at the same time. Rumble! A deafening thunderclap rang out, and countless sparks instantly condensed in the void, turning into a huge hand that emitted monstrous divine fire. In an instant, it enveloped Gu Fei. As soon as Wang Yang made his move, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth within a radius of 1,000 feet immediately gathered toward him. Buzz! The void trembled. Gu Fei waved his fists and directly shattered the giant hand of divine fire that was descending from the sky. Eat my fist! Gu Fei bellowed in anger. He casually threw out a punch, causing the space around him to tremble as he forced Wang Yang to retreat. 5 elements gather. Heavenly fire. Kill! Wang Yang roared. The power of the 5 elements gathered in his hand and turned into a dazzling blade light. It was a blade of fire. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Wang Yang slashed down with his saber. The nine-sun divine fire saber broke through Gu Fei's fist force with irresistible force. The saber light fell down and directly slashed at Gu Fei's neck. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned, and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Nailing Sword and Yuan Zi, who were initially calm, could not help but change their expressions. However, a scene that made everyone dumbfounded appeared. Wang Yang's 9-yang divine blade was actually unable to break through Gu Fei's skin and flesh, and the divine blade was repelled. What? Wang Yang's shock was no small matter. This guy's divine body is actually so strong. Everyone watching the battle was dumbfounded. I don't believe I can't kill you. Wang Yang was shocked and angered at the same time. A terrifying killing intent burst out from his body, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. All the cultivators within a radius of several thousand feet felt a chill down their spine, and they quickly backed away. This guy is dead for sure. Wang Yang has the 9-yang divine body. In a building far away, Nan Lingyijian and Yuan Zi did not have high hopes for Gu Fei. Wang Yang activated his mystic skill with all his might, and an earth-shattering aura burst out from his body, sweeping across the sky and earth. The weaker cultivators trembled in fear on the spot. In the next moment, Wang Yang stomped on the ground and burst out with extreme speed. His powerful divine body moved quickly in the void, and a sharp ear-piercing sound was heard. This speed. Everyone watching the battle widened their eyes when they saw this. Gu Fei was also a little surprised. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, Wang Yang's movements seemed to be in slow motion. When Wang Yang punched out, he instantly sensed the trajectory of Wang Yang's fist and made his move. Bang! Crack! Wang Yang was sent flying 100 meters away by Gu Fei's punch. He crashed into a stone pillar beside the arena of life and death and rolled on the ground. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Fei was surprised to see that Wang Yang was still alive after taking a punch from him. The strength of his martial physique was extremely strong. Even a great perfection true god would not be able to withstand his punch. Gu Fei strode forward and grabbed the Wang family's young master. Then, he tore open his clothes, only to see that the Wang family's young master was actually wearing a soft armor. Seeing the soft armor, Gu Fei smiled. He did not expect Wang Yang to have something good on him. It was the golden scale armor, which could make one invulnerable to weapons. This was a soft armor refined from the leather of a mythological beast, the golden scale beast. This golden scale armor was as light as a feather and could protect the upper body very well when worn. However, Gu Fei's strength was too strong. Although the golden scale armor had blocked most of the fist force, Wang Yang was still severely injured. Almost all of his ribs were broken. After suffering such heavy injuries, even someone as powerful as Wang Yang would die if he was not treated in time. You dare to kill me? Wang Yang stared fiercely at Gu Fei. He was the genius of the Wang clan, the favorite great-great-grandson of the Wang clan's old ancestor, and the biological son of the current clan leader. If he were to die here, the Wang clan would definitely not let the matter rest. Gu Fei took off the golden scale armor from Wang Yang's body. He then threw Wang Yang to the side and put on the golden scale armor. Wang Yang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Not bad. It fits me well. Gu Fei nodded in satisfaction. Wang Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. Gu Fei then walked towards Wang Yang and stepped on the head of this genius from the Wang family. You can't kill me. I am the ancestor's favorite great-great-grandson. If you kill me, the ancestor will bury the entire non-Kuan ancient city with me. Wang Yang panicked and said hurriedly. Everyone looked at Gu Fei nervously. The ancestor of the Wang clan was a Xiantian grandmaster. When a grandmaster was angry, he could destroy an entire city and wipe out an entire clan. Gu Fei smiled, and then he exerted force with his right foot. Crack! He actually crushed Wang Yang's head without the slightest hesitation. Seeing this scene, all the cultivators were shocked. Some even cried out in surprise. This guy really dared to do that. Wang clan? The ancestor of the Wang clan? Humph. Gu Fei did not think much of it. You killed Wang Yang? Yang Yiqian almost wanted to die. That was Wang Yang, and he died just like that. I really admire your calmness. Just then, Gu Fei's eyes fell on a woman in black who was standing below the life and death ring. The woman in black suddenly smiled and said, "Why can't I be calm?" The woman's voice was pleasing to the ear. It was as if there was an inexplicable attraction that made people want to hear it again. Chaos divine sound? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat as he frowned. Could this mysterious woman be a member of the devil cult? The art of musical assassination was the hardest to defend against. However, this art of musical assassination required one's mental strength in order to have the power to confuse one's mind. This woman's cultivation was most likely at the greater success true God realm. Gu Fei was once invincible in the world. With his vast knowledge, he could roughly see through the mysterious woman's background and the skill she was using with just a glance. You wanted to ambush me just now, didn't you? Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the mysterious woman indifferently. He was very sensitive to killing intent. Haha. The mysterious woman took a deep look at Gu Fei and suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Gu Fei was still indifferent. He was not in a hurry to make a move. He could feel the murderous intent from the masked woman. I am laughing at your arrogance. The mysterious woman stopped laughing. So what? Do you think you can leave this place alive? Gu Fei still had a carefree look on his face, but his gaze towards the black-clothed masked woman was incomparably deep. He would not show any mercy. Compared to men, women were more terrifying. You are right. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. The masked woman said with a smile. Is that so? Gu Fei could not be bothered to talk to the woman anymore. He exerted strength in his legs and shot towards the mysterious woman like an arrow. The void was filled with the sound of air exploding. Only a martial artist with an incomparably tyrannical martial body could withstand this kind of high-speed movement. Although the masked woman came prepared, she was still shocked by Gu Fei's explosive speed. She was only a few dozen feet away from Gu Fei. At such a distance, Gu Fei could reach her in an instant. However, the masked woman was like a piece of cotton in the wind. She floated along with the surging airflow. No matter how fast Gu Fei was, she was just moving with the wind. Like a phantom, like a speck of dust in the air, the masked woman in black became a weightless speck of dust in an instant. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand. Although he did not catch the masked woman, he pulled off the veil on her face. In a glimpse, Gu Fei saw half of the black-clothed masked woman's perfect face. The masked woman screamed and instantly turned into a shadow. She escaped directly. Her speed was not inferior to Gu Fei's. Gu Fei stared blankly at the veil in his hand. Who else wants to fight? Gu Fei snapped back to reality and swept his gaze across the crowd below the stage. His voice spread throughout the entire valley and into the ears of everyone present. What? The crowd was shocked and angry. However, even Wang Yang had been stomped to death by Gu Fei. Who would dare to fight him? Even the geniuses on the sky ranking chose to remain silent. As Gu Fei stomped Wang Yang to death, a life badge suddenly exploded in the Wang clan's ancestral ground. Young Master is dead? A furious roar came from the Wang clan's ancestral ground. The entire ancestral ground shook and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. However, the aura soon disappeared. However, the news of young Master's death had spread. The entire Wang clan was in chaos. The clan leader even issued a reward. Anyone who could kill Gu Fei would be handsomely rewarded. Even the people of the Nantian Divine Palace were mobilized. After all, the Nankuan Ancient City was the Nantian Divine Palace's territory. Chapter 4095. Gu Fei killed Wang Yang with a single stomp. Wang Yang was the son of the Wang family's current patriarch, the young master of the Wang family. The Wang family's patriarch, Wang Zhaotian, had cultivated his whole life and was an emperor realm existence. Wang Yang was his only son. Having a son at his old age, Wang Zhaotian naturally doted on Wang Yang. Moreover, Wang Yang had the 9-yang godly physique. This physique was absolutely heaven-defying, almost invincible within the same realm. Only a few people with the same heaven-defying physique were qualified to be his opponent. Even though Wang Yang was only a true god, With the 9 young godly physique, he could fight against a divine monarch. Gu Fei, on the other hand, was merely a mid-level true god. Yet he was able to defeat Wang Yang and kill him with a single stomp. Everyone was shocked. Even Nanling Yijian, who was ranked higher than Wang Yang on the sky list, was shocked. This guy must have an unimaginable physique. In the heavenly god world, physique was the foundation of cultivation. The stronger the physique, the further one could walk on the path of cultivation. Of course, cultivation techniques were also important. A heaven-defying cultivation technique could change a cultivator's physique. However, an innate divine physique was much stronger than an acquired physique. Only an innate divine physique was heaven-defying. The moment one was born, he or she would be far ahead of others. You killed young Master Wang Yang? Yang Yiqian's voice trembled. Gu Fei had pierced through the heavens. Even Wang Chun was petrified by the scene. Although he was a direct descendant of the Wang family, his status and identity were far from the patriarch's son. Wang Chen's father was only a small elder in the southern heaven divine palace. He could not enter the core of the Wang family and could only be assigned to the southern heaven divine palace. The envoy, Yang Yiqian, had previously offended Wang Chun, so he was sent by Wang Chen's father to a remote place to be an envoy. Do you know what you have done? Yang Yiqian was dumbfounded. He was Gu Fei's envoy. He was the one who brought Gu Fei to the southern Kuren ancient city. Now that Gu Fei killed Wang Yang with a single stomp, he would be dead meat if the Wang family pursued the matter. I just killed someone who wanted to kill me. Gu Fei shrugged and said disapprovingly. His principle was that if anyone wanted to kill him, he would kill that person. Wang Yang shouldn't have wanted to kill him. Since Wang Yang wanted to kill him, then sorry. Yang Yiqian didn't know what to say. As for the surrounding people, they all looked at Gu Fei as if they were looking at a monster. This guy was really bold. He killed the Wang clan's young master and still acted like nothing happened? At this time, the surrounding people all hid far away, not daring to approach Gu Fei. As for Yang Yiqian, he wanted to cry but had no tears. I'm dead because of you. Yang Yiqian felt a sense of despair at the thought of being hunted down by the Wang clan in the Nantian Divine Palace. Don't worry, I killed him. It has nothing to do with you. Gu Fei came to Yang Yiqian's side and patted his shoulder. I just killed the legitimate son of a cultivation clan in the heavenly god realm. What's the big deal? Gu Fei said unconcernedly. What? Yang Yiqian almost fainted when he heard this. What's the big deal? In his opinion, this was like piercing through the sky. One should know that the Wang clan was a cultivation clan that was second only to the 5 strongest forces in the southern divine region. Moreover, the Wang clan was allied with the Nantian Divine Palace. Since Gu Fei killed the Wang clan's young master, Wang Zhaotian would never let Gu Fei off. One should know that Wang Yang was the future of the Wang clan. If Wang Yang could grow up, the Wang clan might be able to prosper for another 100,000 years. They might even have the chance to replace the 5 giants and become the overlord of the southern divine region. But now, everything had become a bubble. It was hard to imagine what the Wang clan would do next. Roar. While everyone was still in shock, a long roar came from the horizon. The rolling sound waves shook the sky and the earth, scattering the clouds in the sky. A terrifying pressure that caused the souls of countless cultivators to tremble spread out in all directions. The Wang clan is here so soon? The cultivators in the southern Kuan ancient city were shocked. The southern Kuan city lord had just arrived at the life and death ring with his men and was about to take down Gu Fei. Swoosh! A golden path stretched from the horizon, and a figure stepped on it, walking toward the southern Kuan ancient city step by step. This person was glowing with divine light, and there was a divine wheel behind his head, emitting powerful waves of divine power. This person was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He took a few steps and came to the sky above the life and death ring. He looked down at Gu Fei like a god looking down at an ant. This is Yang Yiqian, who was next to Gu Fei, collapsed to the ground. The pressure that erupted from the person in the sky was far too powerful. It made Yang Yiqian feel like his soul was about to collapse. He couldn't even muster up any thoughts of resistance. Flying in the sky, divine king, in the heavenly divine realm, it was difficult for even the true gods to fly in the sky. Only those at the Divine King realm could do so. With a wave of his hand, Wang Yang's corpse on the life and death platform flew towards him. You killed Wang Yang? The middle-aged man kept Wang Yang's body, and his voice was cold and murderous. So what? This is the life and death ring. Once you are on the life and death ring, your life and death are up to fate. Does the Wang clan want to break the rules of the heavenly divine realm? Gu Fei looked at the middle-aged man in the sky and said with a faint smile, You. The middle-aged God King's face immediately darkened when he heard that. Wang Yang died in the life and death ring. Even the Wang clan had to follow the rules. One should know that no one was allowed to cause trouble for the other party. This was the rule set by the rulers of the 5 divine realms. For countless years, no one had dared to defy it. Of course, since the Wang clan wanted to kill Gu Fei, they had to do it in the dark. How dare you? How dare you commit murder in Nankuan Ancient City? Take him down. At this moment, a loud shout rang out. A middle-aged man led a group of armored soldiers and rushed over. The dozens of soldiers immediately surrounded Gu Fei and Yang Yiqian. The city lord is here. When the onlookers saw the middle-aged man, they were all shocked. The man was the city lord of southern Kuan City, Wang Chaotian. Wang Chaotian was a member of the Wang clan. As the city lord of southern Kuan City, Wang Chaotian had to bear some responsibility for what happened to Wang Yang. Only by arresting the murderer, Gu Fei, would he be able to live. One should know that even 10 city lords of southern Kuan City were no match for one Wang Yang. Why aren't you surrendering? Otherwise, I will kill you. City Lord Wang Chaotian said coldly. Even if he killed Wang Yang, the sect behind him would not say anything. The Divine King in the sky did not say anything. Haha, Gu Fei burst out laughing. The Wang clan was really shameless. What are you laughing at? City Lord Wang Chaotian stared at Gu Fei and said, Trying to arrest me? Gu Fei shook his head with a smile. This man refuses to be arrested. Life or death. Wang Chaotian waved his hand, and the soldiers immediately attacked Gu Fei. Dozens of spears stabbed at Gu Fei at the same time. As expected, shamelessness is invincible. Gu Fei sighed. The Wang clan would never let him go. The city lord of southern Kuran Ancient City was appointed by the South Heaven Divine Palace, so Wang Chaotian could say that he was not a member of the Wang clan. The reason why they arrested Gu Fei was because Gu Fei had killed someone in southern Kuran City. Even though all the cultivators in southern Kuran Ancient City knew about Wang Chaotian's background, no one dared to say anything. With a flicker, Gu Fei dashed out from the encirclement of the soldiers. The soldiers did not even manage to touch the corner of his robe. Kill. Wang Chaotian made his move. He took a step forward and threw a punch at Gu Fei. A dark glow surged out from his fist, as if his fist had turned into metal. Gu Fei harumphed coldly and threw out a punch of his own. Bam! Gotcha! The sound of bones cracking was heard. Wang Chaotian let out a cry of agony and was knocked back. His entire right arm was bent in a strange way. Wang Chaotian broke out in cold sweat due to the pain. Everyone who witnessed the scene was shocked. Defeating the city lord of southern Kuan Ancient City with a single punch? Even the Divine King in the sky was startled. He did not expect Gu Fei to cripple Wang Chaotian's right arm with a single punch. Wang Chaotian was not a weakling. As the city lord of southern Kuan Ancient City, he naturally had his own strengths. His cultivation had also reached the Divine King realm. Although he was only a low-level Divine King, he was still a Divine King. The fact that Gu Fei defeated a Divine King with a single punch shocked everyone. Even Nanling Yijian and Yuan Zi, who were watching from the pavilion in the distance, were shocked. This guy is definitely a monstrous existence, Nanling Yijian exclaimed. With that punch alone, he should be able to challenge the top 10 of the heaven roll. Yuan Zi murmured. That's hard to say. You should know that the top 10 of the heaven roll are at least at the Divine King realm. The number 1 on the heaven roll, Ling Luochen, is a Shun King. Nanling Yijian shook his head and said. Not only Nanling Yijian, but the other experts on the heaven roll also did not think that Gu Fei could defeat those peerless monsters in the top 10 of the heaven roll. Can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Fei looked at Wang Chaotian and said calmly. You? Wang Chaotian endured the pain of his broken arm and glared at Gu Fei. If looks could kill, Gu Fei would have died many times over. I challenge you. Do you dare to accept? At this moment, the divine king in the sky could no longer sit still. Why should I accept your challenge? Gu Fei said with a faint smile. Coward. The divine king said in disdain. TSK, you are a divine king and I am a true god. We are a realm apart, and you still dare to challenge me? Gu Fei shook his head and said, You. Chapter 4096. The fact that Gu Fei had defeated a divine king with a single punch shocked the divine king of the Wang family. This kind of battle prowess was too heaven-defying. One had to know that Gu Fei was only a mid-level true god. Only the godsons and goddesses of the great sects and clans that had existed for countless years and possessed heaven-defying divine bodies could challenge a divine king. Could this guy be a godson of some superforce? The cultivators in the southern Kuan ancient city were inexplicably shocked. Only Yang Yiqian knew about Gu Fei's background. This guy was not a godson of some superforce. This guy had just ascended to the heavenly realm. If word of this got out, it would probably shake the entire cultivation world of the southern divine region. At this time, the divine king of the Wang family in the sky let out a long, angry roar and directly soared into the sky, disappearing into the depths of the firmament. He could not openly kill Gu Fei, so he could only retreat. As soon as the divine king of the Wang family left, the cultivators in the entire southern Kuan ancient city heaved a sigh of relief. One had to know that the pressure of the divine king was too strong and terrifying, almost suffocating them. However, even though the divine king of the Wang family had retreated, the city lord of the southern Kuan ancient city, Wang Chaotian, did not. At this time, a dozen incomparably powerful auras rapidly approached from the direction of the city lord's mansion. Wang Chaotian endured the pain and directly connected the broken bones in his arm. Soon, the flesh, muscles, and bones at the injured area rapidly grew back, and the wound healed quickly. Wang Chaotian took out a divine pill and swallowed it. In the next moment, a violent and powerful wave of divine power immediately erupted from his body, and a faint divine wheel appeared behind his head. The formation of a divine wheel was the sign of a mid-level god king. Little guy, you even dared to hit me. You are really lawless. I will not let you go today. Wang Chaotian stared at Gu Fei and said fiercely. At this time, the surrounding figures flickered, and a total of 12 experts descended from the sky, surrounding Gu Fei and Yang Yiqian. If you want to punish someone, you can always find a pretext. Come, let me see what you have to dare to catch me. Gu Fei swept a cold glance at these people. Roar! The 12 experts roared at the same time. In the next moment, their auras merged into one, and an incomparably powerful force rapidly condensed. A joint attack formation? Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little surprised. 12 great perfection true gods formed a battle formation, giving him the feeling that he was facing an army of thousands. With the combined strength of 12 late true gods, they could definitely fight against a godly king. This was Wang Chaotian's trump card, and also his greatest trump card. Kill him for me, Wang Chaotian ordered. In the next moment, the battle formation of the 12 people was activated. The white-haired old man, who was the leader, directly threw a punch at Gu Fei. Roar! The powerful fist force condensed into a ferocious tiger that pounced towards Gu Fei. The power of the Tiger King's pounce was earth-shattering. However, in the face of this punch, Gu Fei also punched out. There was nothing on his fist, and it looked like a simple punch. However, to everyone's disbelief, the ferocious tiger that pounced towards Gu Fei directly collapsed and dissipated into the void. Gu Fei's body swayed a little, but his feet did not move. The white-haired old man seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and he retreated 4 to 5 steps before stopping. Boom! In the next moment, an even stronger wave of energy erupted from the white-haired old man's body. He was like a peerless godly king that had descended to the world, and his body was covered in divine light. Violent energy waves spread out, and the surrounding sand and pebbles were sent flying. The cultivators from the southern Kuan ancient city who were watching the battle quickly retreated. The consequences of being caught in a battle of this level were unimaginable. If it was light, it would result in serious injuries, and if it was heavy, it would result in death. At this time, Gu Fei reached out and grabbed Yang Yiqian, who was standing beside him, and threw him out of the 12-man battle formation. Humph! City Lord Wang Chaotian sneered and leaped into the 12-man battle formation. In the next moment, the power of the 12 upper realm true gods gathered towards him. Boom! A rumbling sound came from Wang Chaotian's body, and as if he had broken some kind of shackle, the divine wheel behind his head shone brightly. His battle strength was directly raised to the mid-level God King realm. Haha, little brat, die. Wang Chaotian stretched out his hand and directly grabbed at Gu Fei. 5 incomparably sharp rays of divine light rushed out from Wang Chaotian's 5 fingers, piercing through the void and piercing towards Gu Fei in an instant. Everyone thought that Gu Fei would be directly pierced by the 5 rays of divine light. However, when the 5 rays of divine light that were more powerful than the divine spear pierced Gu Fei, they instantly disappeared. Yes, disappeared. How is this possible? South Kuan City Lord Wang Chaotian was dumbfounded. This was an attack that contained the power of 12 upper realm true gods. Although it looked like a casual attack, it was actually a killing move. One had to know that Gu Fei was surrounded by the power of the 12 upper realm true gods, and he had no way to escape. Wang Chaotian did not expect that Gu Fei's eternal real bone could devour all kinds of energy. Attacking his eternal real bone was equivalent to sending energy to Gu Fei. Not to mention a god king, even if a god emperor attacked Gu Fei's eternal real bone, the result would be the same. As long as the eternal real bone was present, Gu Fei would not die. Boom! At this time, Gu Fei punched again. His fists moved according to a certain trajectory, and with one punch, the 12 upper realm true gods were sent flying. Bam! 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 A series of explosions could be heard, and the 12 great perfection true gods that were sent flying by Gu Fei's punch exploded in the air. They turned into 12 clouds of blood mist and dissipated into the void. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. How? How is this possible? Wang Chaotian was also stunned. The 12 upper realm true gods formation was broken by this guy with one punch? Gu Fei's fist did not stop. Wang Chaotian, on the other hand, looked as if he had been cursed. He could only watch as Gu Fei's fist came smashing towards his chest and smashed into it. Bam! Kacha! A series of bone-cracking sounds could be heard from Wang Chaotian's body. Wang Chaotian stared at Gu Fei in shock, and he wanted to say something, but in the next moment, bam! Wang Chaotian's body exploded, and even the divine weapons on his body were not spared as they were all shattered into pieces. Although Gu Fei's punch did not seem to contain any qi of fire, it contained a terrifying power that could destroy everything in its path. Under his fist, everything was shattered. At this moment, Gu Fei finally threw out a punch that belonged to him. This punch can destroy everything. Let's call it annihilation. Gu Fei was overjoyed. He had finally created the first move of the Eternal Fist, Annihilation. However, this was only a prototype, and he still needed to practice it carefully to make sure that there were no flaws. Since ancient times, all great skills, including the divine powers and secret arts created by the extreme Tao Supremes, had flaws. The punch that Gu Fei threw out just now also had a flaw, but there was no one in the entire southern Kuan ancient city who could see through it and break it. Even the experts on the heaven list could not see through it. Gu Fei's punch was no longer at the extreme Tao level, but at the eternal realm. Only those in the eternal realm could see through Gu Fei's punch. The city lord is dead. At this time, the surroundings were silent, and everyone looked at Gu Fei in horror. They did not think much of it when he defeated the Divine King with a single punch, but now, Gu Fei actually killed the Divine King with a single punch. This was different. Yang Yiqian, the guide, did not know what words to use to describe his current mood. What kind of background did this guy who ascended from the lower realm have? How could he be so strong and so decisive? He was simply a god of death. Let's go. Gu Fei came to Yang Yiqian's side, directly grabbed him, and dragged him away. They left the place where the life and death ring was. At this time, only then did Yang Yiqian wake up from the shock. Gu Fei did not know much about the heavenly god realm, so it was much more convenient to bring young Iqian along. They did not directly leave the southern Kuan ancient city, but found a small inn to stay in. Gu Fei knew that the divine king of the Wang family was still nearby. As long as he left the southern Kuan ancient city, the divine king of the Wang family would definitely attack him. If they were in the city, the divine king would have some scruples. After that, Gu Fei and Yang Yiqian seemed to have disappeared from the southern Kuan ancient city. The news of Gu Fei trampling Wang Yang to death and punching the southern Kuan city lord Wang Chaotian to death quickly spread, causing a stir in the entire southern divine region. That brother is really too awesome. I can't help but admire him. How many years has it been? Is there finally another god of death? Everyone was talking about this matter, but the people of the Wang family and the southern heaven divine palace could not sit still. An elder of the Wang family with a cultivation of Shun King level came out of seclusion and directly left the Wang family's ancestral land to hunt down Gu Fei. And a deputy palace master of the southern heaven divine palace also left the southern heaven divine palace. The people of the Wang family and the southern heaven divine palace wanted to kill Gu Fei. If it was anyone else, they would have already lost all hope, but unfortunately, the enemy that the Wang family and the southern heaven divine palace had to face this time was Gu Fei. Gu Fei was once an invincible existence in the eternal realm. In his eyes, the Wang family and the southern heaven divine palace were like ants, and he did not take them seriously at all. The news that Gu Fei was hiding in the southern Kuan ancient city somehow spread, so the experts from all sides turned their attention to the southern Kuan ancient city. Roar. At this time, a roar came from the depths of the southern Kuan mountain range. In a valley, a wild beast with monstrous divine flames burst out from its body, roared to the sky. Chapter 4097. The news of a divine beast appearing in the non-Kuan mountain range had already spread throughout the entire southern divine region, and even experts from other divine regions were constantly entering the southern divine region. Divine beasts were incomparably powerful existences. Not every beast could become a divine beast, and any divine beast could fight a divine king. If a divine beast king were to appear, the entire southern divine region would fall into a state of panic. Divine beasts possessed a strong physique and strength, as well as innate divine abilities. They were innately stronger than humans. Among all living beings in the world, the human race's physique was not the strongest. A lion or a tiger could bite the strongest mortal to death, and only cultivators could hunt these ferocious beasts. There was no doubt that a divine beast was powerful. Roar. In the depths of the southern Kuan mountain range, a terrifying roar came from a valley. The entire valley was destroyed by the divine fire dragon, and everything in the valley was burned to ashes. This evil beast, a powerful figure, loomed over the valley. In the valley, in the midst of an endless sea of fire, a divine beast stood in the air, constantly roaring at the sky. Its voice shook the 9 heavens, and even the clouds in the sky were dispersed by the terrifying sound waves. Even in the non-Kuan ancient city, the roar of the divine beast could be heard clearly. Although the southern Kuan ancient city was not big, there were many people living in the city and the area around it. There were at least 100,000 people living near the ancient city. The city was the stronghold of the major forces, and it was also a place where only the powerful and powerful were qualified to live. Outside the non-Kuan ancient city, there were countless villages, and mountain strongholds. Most of these people who relied on the mountains for a living were hunters who hunted all kinds of beasts for a living. If the divine beast were to rush to the non-Kuan ancient city, then many people would die. At this time, Gu Fei and Yang Yiqian were hiding in the non-Kuan ancient city. Due to the appearance of the divine beast, the number of outsiders in the non-Kuan ancient city had increased greatly. Even the Nantian divine palace and the Wang family couldn't find Gu Fei and the others in a short time. Have you heard that there is an extraordinary guy in the non-Kuan ancient city? You mean the person who killed the Wang family's young master Wang Yang a few days ago? That guy is really reckless. How can the Wang family let him go after killing the Wang family's young master? In a tea house in the southern Kuan ancient city, a few cultivators in azure robes were chatting. In a corner of the tea house, 2 young men sat facing each other. You're already famous. A green-robed young man looked at the black-robed young man and said, The black-clothed youth didn't say anything, only drinking a mouthful of that dark green immortal tea. This tea was like jade wine, a bit thick, containing a wave of spiritual energy. If cultivators could drink this tea often, it would be very beneficial to their cultivation. These two young men were Gu Fei and Yang Yiqian. This kind of tea had no effect on Gu Fei. This tea is pretty good. I'll treat you to some enlightenment tea some other day. Gu Fei said, Enlightenment tea? When Yang Yiqian heard this, he didn't believe it. One should know that the enlightenment tea was something that only existed in legends. Drinking a cup would allow a cultivator to comprehend the Tao and improve their cultivation greatly. Forget it, Yang Yiqian said disapprovingly. Gu Fei did not say anything else. At that moment, a few cultivators in azure robes suddenly walked up the stairs. Their collars were embroidered with a black dragon. Those are the disciples of the South Heaven Divine Palace. Yang Yiqian couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw them. He used to be a disciple of the South Heaven Divine Palace, but his name had been removed from the South Heaven Divine Palace. Gu Fei didn't even raise his head. He wouldn't be afraid even if the elders of the South Heaven Divine Palace were here, let alone the disciples of the South Heaven Divine Palace. Even though he wasn't afraid, it didn't mean that Yang Yiqian wasn't. Even though Yang Yiqian had changed his appearance with a martial art, he was still a little nervous. The Nantian Divine Palace's Black Dragon disciples circled around the area, as if they had not discovered anything. Just as they were about to turn around and leave, the leading Black Dragon disciple suddenly looked at Gu Fei and Yang Yiqian, who were in the corner. The leader of the Black Dragon walked up to Gu Fei and the others. You two don't look familiar. Where are you from, and what are you doing here in the southern Kuan ancient city? The leader of the Black Dragon stared at Gu Fei and said, Humph, what does it have to do with you where I'm from? Gu Fei said coldly, Be honest or I'll kill you. An icy murderous intent immediately burst out from the leader of the Black Dragon's body. When the cultivators in the tea house saw this scene, they were all inexplicably shocked and immediately fled. Kill you? Gu Fei raised his head and said with a faint smile, Humph. The leader of the Black Dragon was too lazy to waste any more time. He immediately slammed his palm at Gu Fei. A powerful god force burst out from his palm and instantly shrouded Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei simply waved his hand, and the leader of the Black Dragon was sent flying. He crashed through the wall and fell onto the street outside. A series of exclamations could be heard from the street. The remaining disciples of the South Heaven Divine Palace were shocked and enraged seeing this. The rest of the cultivators in the tea house were dumbfounded too. How dare this guy beat up a disciple of the South Heaven Divine Palace? The South Heaven Divine Palace and the Wang clan were the rulers of this region. Causing trouble in their territory was no different than courting death. Everyone stared at Gu Fei and the others as if they were looking at monsters. A disciple of the South Heaven Divine Palace crushed a jade talisman. The next moment, a divine ray soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Gu Fei furrowed his brows when he saw this. Crap, they're calling for reinforcements. Yang Yiqian exclaimed, What's there to be afraid of? It's best if all of them come. Gu Fei said while sipping his tea. All of them? Yang Yiqian was taken aback. Roar. At that instant, an angry roar came from outside the tea house. The leader of the Black Dragon that was sent flying by Gu Fei charged into the tea house. You deserve to die. The leader of the Black Dragon spat out a flying sword from his mouth. The flying sword instantly turned into a brilliant sword ray and flew toward Gu Fei. A chilling sword chi spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly due to the impact of the sword chi. Everyone in the tea house could feel the chill penetrating their bodies. Just when everyone thought that Gu Fei would be sliced in half by the sword ray, a shocking scene took place. Gu Fei casually grabbed with his right hand and grabbed the sharp sword light that was coming at him. What? The Black Dragon leader's shock was no small matter. The rest of the cultivators in the tea house stared at the scene in disbelief. Chapter 4098. In a tea house in Nankuan ancient city, Gu Fei grabbed the flying sword of a Black Dragon disciple from the Nantian Divine Palace. This scene shocked everyone in the tea house. Gu Fei was able to ignore the sharpness of the Black Dragon Disciple's flying sword. Moreover, the flying sword that could cut through jade and gold couldn't even cut the skin on his hand. Gu Fei's martial body, tempered by eternal energy, was extremely powerful. Even an even more powerful divine artifact would not be able to injure him. Gu Fei exerted force in his right hand, and with a loud crack, the flying sword in his hand was crushed. Everyone in the tea house watched this scene, and their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. This guy actually crushed a divine weapon with his bare hands. How was this possible? Could it be that his hands were even stronger than the divine weapon? Gu Fei loosened his right hand, and the fragments of the divine weapon in his hand fell to the ground. The fragments made a crisp sound when they hit the floor. Huh, could this guy be that person? Someone suddenly exclaimed. At this moment, Yang Yiqian's expression changed drastically. The Black Dragon Leader's divine sword was destroyed, and he suffered a great impact. His expression immediately became weary, as if all his strength had been sucked out. With his natal sword destroyed, the Black Dragon Leader had lost half of his cultivation. Are you the person who killed young Master Wang Yang? The Black Dragon Leader said loudly. The Black Dragon disciples beside him were shocked when they heard this. They were really unlucky to have encountered this killer. This was a ruthless person who even dared to kill Wang Yang. At this moment, Gu Fei slowly stood up. He had been hiding here and there for the past few days, and it was too frustrating. Brother Gu, Yang Yiqian was very anxious. One must know that the divine king of the Wang family was still nearby. If they provoked that divine king, they were dead meat. You want to kill me? Gu Fei looked at the Black Dragon Leader opposite him with a faint smile. The Black Dragon Leader and the other Black Dragon disciples stared at Gu Fei nervously, and they didn't say a word. Just at this moment, a powerful aura surged over from afar. A powerful pressure descended on everyone's heads, causing them to turn pale with fright. Just now, a Black Dragon disciple from the Southern Heaven Divine Palace crushed a jade talisman, signaling the arrival of the experts from the Wang family. Haha, you're dead. One of the Black Dragon disciples laughed heartily. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a cold light flashed, and then the disciple from the Black Dragon sect who was laughing was rendered speechless. In the next moment, blood appeared, and a head flew into the air. You're the one who's dead. Gu Fei looked indifferently at the Black Dragon disciple who had been decapitated. When the other Black Dragon disciples saw this, they hurriedly retreated. At this moment, a figure walked in from outside the tea house. It was a handsome old man dressed in black. As soon as the old man stepped into the tea house, the entire tea house suddenly shook. It really is you, haha. The old man didn't even look at the Black Dragon disciples from the Southern Heaven Divine Palace. As soon as he walked in, his gaze fell on Gu Fei. You can wear out iron shoes and fruitless search, only to find what you're looking for without even looking for it. Capturing you and presenting you to the Patriarch is definitely a great merit. The elder from the Southern Heaven Divine Palace said with a laugh. Is that so? Then you need to have the ability to do so. Gu Fei said with a smile. Don't think that you're invincible just because you killed Wang Yang. The old man in black said coldly. If you want to fight, then hurry up. What's with all the nonsense? Gu Fei said impatiently. The old man in black was instantly enraged. With a wave of his sleeve, a powerful devouring force immediately rushed out from his sleeve and instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Gu Fei's body involuntarily flew towards the black-clothed old man's sleeve. This was the heaven and earth sleeve mystique. Although it wasn't a powerful mystique, a godly monarch could still suck a mountain into it. Gu Fei didn't resist and was directly sucked into the sleeve of the old man in black. That's all. The city lord of the non-Kuan ancient city is really useless. The old man in black let out a long sigh and shook his head. He walked out of the tea house without even looking at Yang Yiqian. He soared into the sky and left the non-Kuan ancient city. The elder of the Southern Heaven Divine Palace was in a hurry to claim his reward. Yang Yiqian was stunned. When he came to his senses, Gu Fei and the old man in black had already disappeared. He quickly rushed out of the tea house and disappeared into the crowd on the street. When the leader of the Black Dragons came to his senses, Yang Ichian had already disappeared. Damn it, we must find that guy even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. The leader of the Black Dragons roared. Yes. The disciples of the Black Dragons quickly obeyed and rushed out. At this time, in the sky 100 miles away from the southern Kuan ancient city, the black-robed old man who had captured Gu Fei with the sleeve universe was flying in the air on a flying sword when he suddenly stumbled and almost fell from the sky. The sleeve on his right hand suddenly exploded, and a figure directly rushed out from it and fell directly to the mountain below. Boom! Like a meteorite falling from the sky, Gu Fei directly smashed a mountain top and rolled at the foot of the mountain. Damn it! He was directly buried under the rocks that rolled down from the mountain. He directly shook off the rocks that were crushing him and walked out. However, at this moment, a huge hand fell from the sky. Boom! He was directly slapped into the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. But soon, Gu Fei walked out of the ground again. What? In the sky? The old man in black could not help but be shocked and angry when he saw this. Even a peak true god would not be able to withstand his palm, let alone a mid-level true god. But this guy was only a mid-level true god, and he actually did not die from his palm strike. This made the old man in black unable to believe it. Kill. The old man in black could not stop himself from killing. Clang. With a wave of his right hand, an extremely sharp sword ray directly rushed out from his hand and strangled Gu Fei below. The sword ray shot out thousands of feet, and everywhere it passed, the void was directly cut apart, leaving a thin black crack in the space. At this time, Gu Fei, who was on the ground, suddenly raised his head and stretched out his right hand, directly grabbing at the sword ray that was coming towards him. Humph! I'll break your arm first. The old man in black sneered, and in the next moment, his sword ray was like a spirit snake, coiling around Gu Fei's right arm. The old man in black let out a sinister laugh, and the sword ray that coiled around Gu Fei's arm suddenly tightened, and Gu Fei's right sleeve was instantly shredded into pieces. However, in the next moment, the smile on the old man's face disappeared. Although his sword ray was tightly coiling around Gu Fei's arm, it could not break through Gu Fei's flesh. The elder of Nantian Divine Palace, Yuan Outsong, was extremely depressed. He had met a guy who could not be killed. Although this guy was only a mid-level true god, he had an extremely powerful divine body. This kind of divine body was something that even Yuan Outsong had never seen before. Whether it was using heavy techniques to attack this guy, or using flying swords to slash this guy, it was all useless. This guy just could not be injured and could not die. How is this possible? Yuan Outsong could not do anything to Gu Fei at all. He originally wanted to cut off one of Gu Fei's arms, but the flying swords that he had refined for tens of thousands of years could not even cut through the skin on Gu Fei's arm. I say, you should save your strength. Gu Fei once again walked out of the deep pit in the ground and looked at the black-robed old man Yuan Outsong in the sky with a faint smile on his face. Yuan Outsong's face twitched a few times. Does this guy really have an immortal divine body? In the heavenly god world, there were all kinds of ancient legends. One of them was about the immortal divine body. It was said that in the ancient times, an immortal divine body had appeared in the heavenly god world. This kind of divine body could not be buried by heaven and earth and was indestructible. Even if one wanted to die, they could not. In the end, the immortal divine body disappeared. No one knew where he went, and no one knew what happened. In short, the immortal divine body never appeared in the heavenly god world again. Could it be that after so many years, the immortal divine body appeared again? Thinking of this, Yuan Outsong's eyes lit up as he stared at Gu Fei. If he could hide from this immortal divine body, wouldn't he be indestructible? Indestructible, eternal life in the heavens and earth. This was something that countless cultivators pursued for their whole lives. Yuan Outsong naturally would not let go of this opportunity. He suddenly smiled strangely, and then stretched out his right hand to grab Gu Fei, who was on the ground. Yuan Outsong knew that although Gu Fei could not be killed, he could capture this guy. In this way, his plan could be carried out. At this time, Yuan Outsong had already given up on the idea of offering Gu Fei to the Wang family's patriarch. Wang Zhaotian. He grabbed Gu Fei and then directly flew to his cave residence. Gu Fei wanted to see what this guy wanted to do, so he did not make a move and let this guy bring him to his cave residence. This cave residence was located in the Nongkuan mountain range. After entering the cave residence, Yuan Outsong directly tied Gu Fei to a pillar and then began to prepare to seize Gu Fei's divine body. The immortal divine body was much more tempting than any immortal elixir or divine medicine. As long as Yuan Outsong could seize Gu Fei's divine body, he would not have to worry about dying. More than 2 hours later, Yuan Outsong began to sit in front of the pillar and began to circulate his mysterious art. In the next moment, his aura became monstrous, and his entire temperament changed. Boom! A black whirlpool appeared between his eyebrows, and in the middle of the whirlpool, a figure was sitting cross-legged. It was a miniature version of Yuan Outsong. Swoosh! The miniature version of Yuan Outsong directly walked out of the divine palace between his eyebrows, and then rushed towards Gu Fei, wanting to directly enter Gu Fei's divine palace. However, when the miniature version of Yuan Outsong collided with Gu Fei's eyebrows, it almost shattered his own primordial spirit, which scared him out of his wits. Yuan Outsong's primordial spirit was actually unable to enter Gu Fei's divine palace. Yuan Outsong panicked. He only had 2 hours, and if he passed this time, he would not be able to continue. With his cultivation, he could only hold on for 2 hours. Bang! 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 Yuan Outsong's primordial spirit continuously collided with Gu Fei's eyebrows, and a dull sound was produced. However, all of this was futile. Yuan Outsong's primordial spirit could not enter Gu Fei's body at all, which meant that he had failed. He never thought that Gu Fei would have a protective force on his body. Damn it! Yuan Outsong was very unwilling, and he had no choice but to withdraw his primordial spirit. However, at the moment when his primordial spirit entered the divine palace between his eyebrows, Gu Fei roared in anger and exerted force, and the iron chains that were wrapped around his arms immediately broke. Gu Fei directly landed on the ground, and then with a push of his feet, he suddenly pounced towards Yuan Outsong. What? Seeing this, Yuan Outsong was instantly shocked. At this time, his primordial spirit had just returned, and it was difficult for him to use his killer move, so he could only keep retreating. However, Gu Fei's movement speed was extremely fast, and he instantly caught up with Yuan Outsong. His right hand stretched out and directly grabbed Yuan Outsong's arm. Roar! Before Yuan Outsong could react, Gu Fei suddenly exerted force, and with a kacha sound, Yuan Outsong's entire right arm was torn off. Yuan Outsong let out a blood-curdling scream, and he almost fainted from the pain. Gu Fei did not show any mercy, and the 5 fingers of his right hand directly grabbed Yuan Outsong's head. In the next moment, Yuan Outsong's head was directly crushed by him, and a primordial spirit flew out. Little guy, you destroyed my divine body. I want your life. Yuan Outsong's primordial spirit was extremely excited. This was really a case of going for wool and coming home shorn. Originally, he wanted to seize Gu Fei's indestructible divine body, but who would have thought that he would not be able to seize the indestructible divine body, and instead, Gu Fei would destroy his own divine body. Do you have the ability? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Damn it! Yuan Outsong was so angry that he almost went crazy, and he directly activated the killing formation in the cave. Rumble! A terrifying destructive force suddenly erupted, and the entire cave shook, and the cave continued to crack and collapse. You want to die together with me? Gu Fei still looked calm, and he was very confident in his divine body. Although his martial body was still a distance away from the eternal indestructible body, there was no existence in the heavenly god realm that could threaten his martial body. Even if a god emperor made a move, he would not be able to destroy his martial body. Yuan Outsong went crazy, and the power of his primordial spirit erupted, activating the killing formation in the cave, and the entire cave was collapsing. On top of Gu Fei's head, a huge rock fell down and directly smashed towards him. Boom! Gu Fei punched upwards, and a violent fist force erupted and directly smashed the huge rock into pieces. In the next moment, a vertical purple mark appeared on Gu Fei's forehead. Swish! A ray of purple light directly shot out from the vertical mark and directly slashed Yuan Outsong's primordial spirit in the sky. Yuan Outsong's primordial spirit stared at Gu Fei and revealed an expression of disbelief. In the next moment, his primordial spirit dimmed and finally dissipated in the void. An elder of the Nantian Divine Palace of a generation was killed just like that, and nothing was left behind. At this moment, the cave collapsed, and Gu Fei directly swung his fist, breaking through the layers of soil, and directly came out of the ground. As soon as he came out, he saw endless divine fire descending from the sky. In the next moment, he was directly immersed in the endless sea of fire. Chapter 4099. The Nantian Divine Palace's elder, Yuan Outsong, wanted to take Gu Fei's eternal indestructible physique, but Gu Fei killed him in his own abode instead. Yuan Outsong's abode was very secretive. It was the place where he cultivated evil arts, so almost no one knew about it. No one knew that Gu Fei had killed Yuan Outsong for the time being. When Gu Fei came out from Yuan Outsong's abode, he happened to see the divine beast in the Nongkuan mountain range fighting against the human race's experts. Rumble, boundless divine fire covered a radius of several thousand miles, causing the void to distort and be annihilated. Fire-shaped divine runes could be vaguely seen in the divine fire. Gu Fei was bathed in the divine fire, but he was completely unharmed. His martial body was extremely powerful. The divine fire of a divine beast might be powerful, but even a godly monarch would have to retreat. However, the divine fire that could peel off a layer of skin from a godly monarch couldn't even burn a hair on Gu Fei's body. What a pure divine fire! Gu Fei couldn't help but nod. There was a reason why this divine beast could stir the clouds in all directions. If a divine beast like this could be subdued, then it would be a great help to any great sect or clan. However, subduing this divine beast was not an easy task. Human, you're not afraid of my divine fire? At this moment, a voice resounded in Gu Fei's mind. TCH, what's so great about that? It's just the solar true fire, and it's only at the 3 solar realm. If you cultivate to the 10 solar realm, I might have some reservations. Gu Fei said disapprovingly. 10 solar realm? When the divine beast in the sea of fire heard Gu Fei's words, it staggered and almost fell from the sky. The sea of fire rumbled, and a huge beast appeared. The divine beast had a dragon's head and antlers, and its body was covered with crimson scales. It was a fire Qilin. When Gu Fei saw it, he thought that it was the fire Qilin that he had subdued in the human world. He used to have a fire Qilin as his mount, but later, the fire Qilin followed Old Tortoise, the son of the Grand Emperor, just like Shaoqing. The fire Qilin had even become Old Tortoise's divine General Qilin, and its cultivation was extremely powerful. Shaoqing, on the other hand, was Gu Fei's brother. Before Gu Fei attained the Tao, he had always been by Gu Fei's side. They grew up together, fought against the heavens and earth, and fought against countless experts. Right now, Shaoqing was probably already at the level of a demon ancestor. Thinking of Shaoqing, Old Tortoise, and the rest, Gu Fei really wanted to return to the human world and heavenly realm to take a look. However, the human world and heavenly realm both had the power of heavenly punishment. The power of the heavenly punishment could kill an extreme Tao supremacy. However, Gu Fei already knew the secret of the power of heavenly punishment. The power of heavenly punishment seemed to only be able to cover a limited area of the world, and not the entire universe. At least, the heavenly realm did not have the power of heavenly punishment. You're in luck today, and I'm in a good mood now. I'll make you my mount. Gu Fei said to the fire Qilin with a smile. What did you say? The fire Qilin thought it had heard it wrong. You're asking me to be your mount? Human, are you trying to get yourself killed? The fire Qilin said proudly. As a godly beast, it had the right to be arrogant. Everyone knew that the fire Qilin was no ordinary godly beast. It was comparable to the black tortoise, blue dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and other formidable godly beasts. However, it was obvious that the fire Qilin had yet to become a godly beast emperor, as it had yet to reach adulthood. An adult fire Qilin was not something that a godly emperor could afford to offend. A single breath from an adult fire Qilin was strong enough to burn an entire galaxy. This is your chance to soar into the sky. Don't make a mistake. Gu Fei said. Make a mistake? The fire Qilin burst out laughing. I say, human, do you think you're the South Heaven God Emperor? Even the South Heaven God Emperor wouldn't dare to ask me to be his mount. The fire Qilin said disdainfully. How could the South Heaven God Emperor be compared to me? To be able to become my mount is a blessing that you have cultivated for several lifetimes. Gu Fei said. He was right. He was once an undefeatable expert in the eternal realm. A mere South Heaven God Emperor was like an ant in his eyes. What? The fire Qilin was left speechless. This guy was too arrogant. Human, I'm in a bad mood today. You're in trouble. The fire Qilin said with a hollow laugh. Sigh. Gu Fei shook his head. Still pretending? Go to hell. The fire Qilin slapped at Gu Fei's head with its claw. The fire Qilin had no idea what kind of existence it was facing. In its eyes, Gu Fei was only a mere human that it could kill with a single slap. Bang! At that instant, a giant hand slashed the divine flames apart and grabbed at the fire Qilin. The great power of a god king erupted from the hand that descended from the sky, directly shaking up the surroundings. Damn it! The fire Qilin was infuriated. Its claw was already above Gu Fei's head, but it had no choice but to withdraw it to resist the giant hand. Bang! The beast claw and the huge hand collided, and a dull sound like thunder erupted. The insufferably arrogant fire Qilin was knocked back. Roar! The divine beast's roar shook the heavens and earth. Boundless divine flames burned the sky and the void. The surrounding mountain ridges were all turned to dust under the scorching heat of the divine flames. Beast, submit to me, or I'll kill you with a single slap. A voice came down from the sky. Gu Fei opened his eyes and saw an extremely powerful figure standing high in the sky. It was an existence that was much stronger than the Wang family's divine king. Back then, Gu Fei had trampled the Wang family's young master Wang Yang to death on the life and death platform, provoking a Wang family's divine king. However, due to the divine realm's rules, the Wang family's divine king did not dare to attack Gu Fei openly. This allowed Gu Fei to be safe for the time being. The Wang family's divine king would not let Gu Fei off so easily. But now that the divine beast had appeared, even the Wang family's divine king would not be able to find him easily. Roar! The fire Qilin roared at the sky. The entire heaven and earth shook as a terrifying pressure caused the world to lose its color. Are you still putting up a pointless struggle? The figure in the sky sneered. Then, the figure formed a seal with both hands and pressed down on the sea of fire below. The moment the seal was formed, an endless amount of god power spread out. The entire void was sealed up as though it had solidified. What? The fire Qilin was sealed in the void, motionless. Boom! An extremely powerful wave of divine power erupted from the fire Qilin's body. Divine runes appeared on the fire Qilin's body, trying to break free from the sealing power. However, at this moment, the sound of metal clashing came from the sky. Then, divine chains descended from the sky and wrapped around the fire Qilin's body. Chapter 4100. Life is really lonely. Why doesn't anyone understand me? Gu Fei was completely ignored by the fire Qilin. One must know that back in the ancestral god realm, there were countless people who fought to be his servant and mount. Now, he was ignored by a fire Qilin. Gu Fei was very unhappy. When he saw the fire Qilin being wrapped up by the divine king in the sky, he did not make a move. Instead, he watched the show from the side. Clang! The divine chains that descended from the sky tightened, causing the fire Qilin to roar and struggle. However, it was all in vain. The divine king in the sky was very strong, much stronger than the divine king from the Wang family. The non-Kuan ancient city lord, who was killed by Gu Fei, was not even qualified to carry the shoes of the divine king. They were all god monarchs, but the gap between god monarchs was huge. It was like heaven and earth. Some divine kings were so strong that they could challenge the Shen king. They were almost invincible among their peers, But some divine kings could not even defeat a peak true god with a heaven-defying divine body. In the heavenly divine realm, where everything depended on strength, only the strong could be respected by others. At this time, there seemed to be no more suspense. The fire Qilin was already captured by the divine king. It seemed impossible for it to turn the tables. At this moment, an immortal sword light slashed down from the sky, severing all the divine chains wrapped around the fire Qilin's body. Roar! The fire Qilin roared and shook its body. The divine chains around it were immediately shattered. Bukong, what do you mean by this? The divine king in the sky roared. What do I mean? Didn't you see? A figure charged over from afar. It was a young man in white. He radiated with powerful pulses of sword chi at the level of god kings. You want to fight with me for this divine beast? The divine king said coldly. Yin Lingxiao, I have wanted to fight with you for a long time. The white-robed sword god king, Bukong, arrived in front of the divine king. At this time, the fire Qilin spat out a mouthful of divine fire at the two people in the sky. Boom! An almost transparent divine fire suddenly erupted and swept up high into the sky. The void between heaven and earth was silently annihilated. When Gu Fei saw this scene, his pupils involuntarily contracted. The true sun fire that the fire Qilin spat out was already close to the power of 4 suns. Evil creature, don't be presumptuous. The white-robed sword god king, Bukong, let out a furious roar and pointed a finger forward. An extremely sharp sword ray immediately shot out from the tip of his finger, tearing through the layers of fire and directly penetrating the fire Qilin's body. Even Gu Fei was slightly moved by the might of that sword. The fire Qilin let out a blood-curdling screech and directly fell from the sky. Boom! It smashed a large crater in the ground. In the distance, some of the spectating experts were inexplicably shocked when they saw this. The white-robed sword god king was too strong. He actually heavily injured the fire Qilin in one move. He was even more ruthless than the unparalleled god king, Yin Lingxiao. Bukong and Yin Lingxiao were both supreme experts on the heaven ranking. They were god kings among god kings, and they were extremely powerful. Regular god kings would not even be able to withstand a single strike from them. In their eyes, the fire Qilin was just a beast pet. At this moment, the two supreme god kings faced off in the sky. Terrifying presences swept out in all directions, and the spectating experts constantly retreated far away. Rumble. The two presences constantly clashed, and the space between the two supreme god kings constantly shook. Kill! Bukong suddenly bellowed out furiously. In the next moment, an extremely sharp streak of light shot out from his body. It turned into a streak of light and directly shot towards Yin Lingxiao. The streak of light directly ripped through the surrounding space, leaving behind pitch-black cracks. Yin Lingxiao sneered. He waved his hands before him, and in the next moment, the space around him actually began to ripple like water. The sword beam shot out by Bukong easily pierced through the void in front of Yin Lingxiao and disappeared into the void. What? Bukong was taken aback. In an instant, he could no longer sense the existence of his sword beam. It was as if it had vanished into thin air. The Great Way of Space? Gu Fei was rather surprised to see this. Yin Lingxiao actually cultivated the Great Way of Space. Vroom. The space shook and a pitch-black whirlpool appeared in the sky, directly swallowing Bukong. The whirlpool gave off a heaven-devouring power. Everything in the surroundings was sucked into the whirlpool. Even Bukong flew towards the whirlpool, cutting through the void. Bukong bellowed out furiously. In the next moment, an even more powerful power of the Way of the Sword erupted from his body. He immediately turned into a streak of light, tearing through the space and rushing out. Sword cultivators were much more powerful than regular cultivators. With a sword in hand, they could break through all kinds of techniques. The white-robed sword god king, Bukong, was the same. With a sword in hand, he could break through all kinds of techniques. Sword formation. Rise. Bukong bellowed. Countless sword lights shot out from his body and dispersed into the void, forming a sword formation that appeared between the heaven and earth. With a sword as a formation, one could borrow a peerless power. Vroom. The moment the sword formation was set up, it immediately communicated with the sky and the earth. Spiritual chi in the sky and earth crazily gathered towards the sword formation. Clang! Countless rays of light kept changing, and a terrifying sword aura was rapidly condensing. Seal of void destruction. Yin Lingxiao kept forming seals with both hands. A terrifying power of destruction burst out from his hands. Kill. As soon as Yin Lingxiao's hand seal appeared, a terrifying destructive force immediately rushed toward Bukong. Hee, who's afraid of who? Bukong controlled the sword formation and went straight for Yin Lingxiao's seal of destruction. Boom! With a loud bang, the two extremely powerful forces clashed together. Countless rays of light were shattered. However, the power of the sword formation was endless. After the rays of light were destroyed, more rays of light were formed. Bukong's sword formation blocked Yin Lingxiao's void destruction power. Two powerful cultivators were clashing head-on. This was a clash of pure power. The strong would survive, while the weak would die. Whether it was Bukong or Yin Lingxiao, they were not weak. They were both divine kings among divine kings, kings among kings. Now that they had met, this battle was inevitable. Gu Fei knew this kind of people very well. Boom, boom. Yin Lingxiao desperately activated the void destruction seal, wanting to destroy Bukong. However, Bukong's sword formation was extremely powerful. It was not any weaker than Yin Lingxiao's. The two were evenly matched. It would not be easy to determine a winner. It was very likely that both of them would be injured. This was a battle between two heroes. It had attracted countless cultivators to watch. More and more cultivators were gathering around. Chapter 4101. The white-robed sword god king, Bukong, had once killed the 13th sword god king on the sky list. Sword Shersan had replaced his position on the sky list. The sky list was a list of geniuses below the realm of Shun King. Shun King was not on the list. The highest realm on the sky list was the Divine King. They were geniuses that had risen in the past 10,000 years. Bukong and Yin Lingxiao were both peerless divine kings on the sky list. To become a peerless divine king in 10,000 years was a genius. One should know that the majority of cultivators could not become a divine king in 10,000 years. They could not even become a profound god. Some people with heaven-defying divine bodies could cultivate at an unimaginable speed. Some became a divine king in 100 years. Some cultivated for 1,000 years and became a Shan king. If they could cultivate for 10,000 years and become an emperor, they would be a monstrous existence. In the entire heavenly divine world, there was only one person who became an emperor in 10,000 years. At this moment, Bukong and Yin Lingxiao were moving quickly in the void. Bukong pointed his finger and countless sword lights shot up to the sky, piercing towards Yin Lingxiao. Void annihilation. Yin Lingxiao shouted, and his hands kept forming seals. The exterminating divine power surged out, and countless sword lights that pierced through disappeared in the void. Yin Lingxiao's seal of annihilation seemed to be able to destroy everything. Yin Lingxiao, do you really want to fight to the death? Bukong stood in the eye of the sword formation and stared at Yin Lingxiao coldly. Sword Shersan is my good friend. You killed him, so I will kill you today. Yin Lingxiao said in a deep voice. Sword Shersan and Yin Lingxiao were sworn brothers. Sword Shersan was ranked 13th on the sky list, while Yin Lingxiao was stronger than him. He was a peerless divine king. Haha, can you kill me? Bukong laughed and said. At this moment, the entire heaven and earth were filled with sharp sword chi. A huge sword formation covered the sky and the earth, trapping Yin Lingxiao in it. At this moment, the fire Qilin wanted to slip away. This divine beast was injured by Bu Fukong, so it couldn't be fierce anymore. It could only admit defeat. At this moment, a figure suddenly flipped onto the fire Qilin's back. Haha, just obediently be my mount, the man said with a loud laugh. Puny human, get the hell down here. The fire Qilin was furious. A powerful divine flame erupted from its body, wanting to burn the person on its back to ashes. Within the divine flame, there were faintly discernible divine runes. This was a type of Dao flame, solar Dao flame. It could burn all things in the world. If one could cultivate the power of 10 suns, even supreme beings would have a headache. However, that person ignored the divine fire. The divine fire burned the man's body, but it couldn't hurt him at all. This person was Gu Fei. Boom! Gu Fei grabbed the fire Qilin's head and smashed it into the ground. The divine beast fire Qilin was both shocked and angry. The strength of the other party's hand that was grabbing onto its head was shockingly strong. It was actually much stronger than a divine beast like itself. Release this deity. The fire Qilin flew into a rage. Divine Lord, haha, divine my ass. Gu Fei laughed as he held the Qilin's head with one hand and punched the Qilin's head with the other. Bam, bam, bam. Divine Lord, is it? Divine Lord? Bam, bam, bam. Gu Fei punched the divine beast a dozen times in a row, directly knocking it out. The fire Qilin immediately lost its temper. Are you still in Divine Lord? Gu Fei asked, panting. I wouldn't dare. I'm not in Divine Lord. You are. The fire Qilin hurriedly said. Are you willing to be my mount? Gu Fei said. Yes. The fire Qilin was completely terrified. This divine beast is mine. At this moment, a lazy voice was suddenly heard. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a fat man in a Taoist robe sitting on a large rock. He was holding a scarlet fruit and eating it in big bites. Damn fatty, what did you say? Gu Fei was amused when he saw this guy. Any fatty was not simple. He wanted to see what this guy was capable of to dare to snatch the divine beast from him. Are you deaf? I want this divine beast. The fatty threw the fruit in his hand and jumped down from the big rock. He looked at Gu Fei with a smirk. Hee, if you are capable, bring it on. If you defeat me, this divine beast will be yours. Gu Fei rode on the fire Qilin and looked at the fatty with a faint smile. Do you know who I am? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? The fatty said angrily. Who are you? Gu Fei asked. Hee, listen up. I am the Lord of Heavenly Divine Realm. Do you know what a Lord of Heavenly Divine Realm is? Fatty said with an arrogant expression. Lord of Heavenly Divine Realm? When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. This unprepossessing fellow was actually the realm lord of the heavenly god realm? How is this possible? No one knew better than Gu Fei what a lord of heavenly divine realm was. If this fatty was the lord of heavenly divine realm, wouldn't he be invincible in heavenly divine realm? That's right. I am the lord of heavenly divine realm. The fatty said proudly. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Gu Fei looked at the fatty and suddenly laughed. This guy didn't even have the aura of Shen King. How could he be the Lord of Heavenly Divine Realm? The Lord of Heavenly Divine Realm was the ruler of the entire world. The position of the Lord of Heavenly Divine Realm was the highest in the entire Heavenly Divine Realm. No matter how he looked, Gu Fei felt that this fatty couldn't be a peerless expert. He didn't have the demeanor of an expert at all. Instead, he looked like a ruffian. What are you laughing at? The fatty was unhappy. The consequences would be dire. I'm laughing at your nonsense, Gu Fei said. You little brat, how dare you doubt me? Go to hell. The fatty jumped up and slapped his palm towards Gu Fei. A powerful force immediately exploded from his palm. Buzz. The void trembled and a huge golden hand immediately appeared between the heavens and the earth, heading straight for Gu Fei. Why are you talking so much nonsense? We should have started a long time ago. Gu Fei smiled and punched out. Boom. A muffled sound rang out, and a shocking scene appeared. A small fist actually blocked a huge golden hand that was the size of a small mountain. No wonder you dare to look down on me. So you do have some ability. The fatty's eyebrows twitched. He knew that he had met his match. Bang! Gu Fei's right fist shook. The huge golden hand that was emitting powerful divine force immediately collapsed in the void. The fatty staggered and almost fell to the ground. Io, my great lord of heavenly divine realm, why can't you block my punch? Gu Fei mocked. You! The fatty was infuriated and almost vomited blood. Offending this lord of heavenly divine realm. This lord of heavenly divine realm wants you to beg for death. The fatty stared at Gu Fei and roared. One claims to be an ultimate god, and the other claims to be a lord of heavenly divine realm. Are you guys here to play with me? Gu Fei patted the fire qilin he was riding and looked at the fatty. Lord of heavenly divine realm, come and save me. The fire qilin that Gu Fei was riding looked at the fatty as though it had seen its savior. Don't worry. This Lord of heavenly divine realm will save you. The fatty said. What game are you guys playing? Gu Fei said with a smile that didn't look like a smile. Boom. The fatty didn't say anything else. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. It was as if he was going to grab the entire world in his hand. Huh. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. This fatty's cultivation was only at the Divine King realm, but his comprehension of the Great Tao was much more profound. He didn't dare to be negligent and immediately punched out. It was just a starting stance, but a palpitating fist intent had already surged out. Then, the fat man let out a miserable scream as he was sent flying. What kind of punch is this? The fatty was sent flying 100 miles away before he managed to stabilize his body. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The fist intent emitted by Gu Fei's fist technique caused Fatty to turn pale with fright, as if he had seen something unbelievable. A self-created supreme fist. Gu Fei kept his smile and said seriously, Supreme fist? How about teaching me? The fatty said with a smile, This is a fist that belongs to me. Others can't learn it. Gu Fei said solemnly. At his level of cultivation, he had already seen through everything. Whether it was the mortals of the human realm or the heavenly god realm, they were all the same. They were all running around for their own benefits. No one would do anything that wasn't beneficial. Again. The fatty roared and attacked again. Violent divine power burst out from his body and silk-like, spiritual light that could be seen with the naked eye wrapped around Gu Fei and the others. A streak of spiritual light flashed past the boulder, and the entire boulder was split in half. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. However, he had an almost indestructible martial body and wasn't afraid of the fatty's attack at all. Countless spiritual lights that could be seen with the naked eye dissipated the moment they came into contact with Gu Fei. How is this possible? The fatty couldn't believe it. All right, I'm done playing with you. Gu Fei didn't care if the fatty was a realm lord or not. He immediately threw a punch. It seemed like an ordinary punch. However, in the next moment, the fat man's entire body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. This bloody mist showed no signs of dissipating. It didn't take long for a figure to appear from within the bloody mist. After that, the fatty appeared before Gu Fei once again. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised. This guy's cultivation wasn't much, but his divine body seemed to be a little special. He was actually able to withstand a punch from Gu Fei. This realm lord is indestructible. What can you do to me? The fatty said disdainfully. Indestructible? Chapter 4102. In the depths of the Nankuan mountain range, the white-robed sword god king, Wukong, and the peerless divine king, Yanling Shao, were fighting. Up in the sky, countless rays of sword light were constantly being created and destroyed. The powerful sword chi rippled in all directions, shocking everyone who was watching the battle. It was a huge sword formation formed by countless rays of sword light. Each ray of sword light was like a peerless heavenly sword that could destroy everything in the world. From time to time, the rays of sword light that shot out from the sword formation were much larger than the mountain range on the ground. Wherever they passed, the void would be cut open and a pitch-black sword mark would be left behind. At that moment, the yuan of heaven and earth in the entire world was attracted by the sword formation. Earth yuan chi in the shape of dragons rose from the ground. It was the essence chi of the earth that had been condensed and nurtured in the depths of the earth for countless years. Every essence chi of the earth was 10,000 times heavier than a real mountain range. However, at that moment, the essence chi of the earth was forcibly attracted by Wukong's peerless sword formation. Streams of earth vein essence chi rushed out of the ground like huge dragons, directly rushing into the sword formation. Rumble. The entire sword formation kept shaking and releasing a terrifying aura of destruction. Wukong, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the sword formation, seemed to have turned into the sword emperor of the ninth heaven. With a thought, the surging sword chi rushed toward Yin Lingxiao, who was trapped in the formation, like an ocean tide. Although Yin Lingxiao seemed to be at a disadvantage, he was still rampaging in the sword formation. The destructive divine power that came from his body was able to block the layers of sword light. His hands kept forming destructive hand seals. Every time he struck out, he could destroy a piece of sword light. Even though Bukong had attracted the essence qi of the earth, he could not do anything to Yin Lingxiao. Meanwhile, the experts who were watching the battle from afar were extremely shocked. The existences on the heaven list were indeed powerful. They deserved their reputation. Whether it was Bukong or Yin Lingxiao, they were both strong enough to compete with Shen Qing. They were able to challenge Shen Qing, who was at a higher level than them. This was the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. Geniuses could do what others could not. Geniuses had nature-defying divine bodies, nature-defying cultivation methods, and nature-defying divine weapons. The combination of these three factors was enough to pose a threat to Shen Qing. Of course, although Bukong and the others could challenge Shen Qing, they could only stand shoulder to shoulder with an ordinary Shen Qing. It should be noted that among the Shen Qing, there were also monstrous geniuses who were invincible in the same realm. Buzz! The sword chimes shook the heavens. Countless sword lights covered the sky and slashed at Yin Lingxiao, who was trapped in the sword formation. Every sword light displayed a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The space around Yin Lingxiao was filled with sword light, dense and endless. The power of the sword kept increasing, and the essence of the world from all directions gathered towards the sword matrix. Oomph! Yin Lingxiao sneered and formed a seal with his hands. In the next moment, the space around him seemed to collapse, and the countless sword lights that pierced through it disappeared. Those sword lights seemed to have suddenly entered another world. He used the exterminating space Madra to its limit, and a deep black hole formed around him. Kill! Wukong roared. In the next moment, the power of the entire sword matrix suddenly condensed and turned into an immortal sword light. After that, even he himself turned into a ray of light that tore through the sky and slashed at Yin Lingxiao. Wukong was going to risk his life. This attack gathered the power of the entire sword matrix. He temporarily merged with this power. Under this attack, the space around him could not withstand it and was constantly destroyed. At that moment, Yin Lingxiao's face became extremely grim. In the next moment, the space around him suddenly collapsed and turned into a real black hole, swallowing everything in the world. Even light was sucked into the black hole. This was the power of swallowing the sky. Ordinary divine kings would not be able to withstand this attack. Even if Shen Qing were here, he would have to retreat. However, at that moment, Wukong's sword slashed into the black hole. The sword light went straight for Yin Lingxiao, who was in the middle of the black hole. Even the black hole could not swallow the sword light. Swoosh! The sword light flashed and blood appeared. Yin Lingxiao screamed in pain as his left arm was chopped off. At this moment, a pitch-black spatial crack swept through the sword light, causing it to tremble violently. After that, the sword light disappeared, and Wukong's figure appeared in the sky. He staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned deathly pale. Although the white-robed sword god king, Bu Beikong, had chopped off his opponent's left arm, he had also suffered a great blow and was grievously injured. Even though Wukong's divine body was incomparably strong, he could not withstand such a powerful force. Is this the rhythm of both sides suffering? In the distance, an old man stared at the two figures and said in a deep voice, "Both sides suffering? Hee hee." A mysterious black figure concealed in the black energy glared at them. Within the black energy, two bloody lights shone. It was the demonic light from the mysterious black figure's eyes. The battle between the two peerless divine kings attracted the attention of countless experts. The experts of the 5 superforces of the southern divine region had come, including the divine king of the Wang family. Boom! Powerful spiritual wills swept through the void, causing the weak living beings to tremble in fear. The divine king of the Wang family immediately locked onto Gu Fei. At this moment, the battle between Gu Fei and the fatty had reached the most crucial moment. Gu Fei punched again, and an invincible fist intent surged out. Without any suspense, the fatty's divine body was destroyed by Gu Fei's punch again. The bloody mist gradually gathered, and a figure appeared from within the bloody light. That person was the fatty who claimed to be the heavenly god realm's realm lord. I already said that I am immortal. There is no one in this world who can kill me. The fatty said to Gu Fei arrogantly. Is that so? Gu Fei looked at the fatty with a faint smile. Although this guy's cultivation was nothing special, his tone was frighteningly arrogant. He probably had a powerful background, but no matter how powerful this little fatty's background was, could it be more powerful than him? Gu Fei was once an invincible existence in the eternal realm. He could kill an extreme supreme with a single hand. What left Gu Fei speechless was the fact that this fatty actually possessed an indestructible body. Even if he were to be blasted into smithereens, he would still be able to recover. Gu Fei could vaguely sense an immortal aura in the fatty's body. This aura was somewhat similar to his eternal energy. Roar! Under Gu Fei's crotch, the fire Qilin roared uneasily. Little guy, surrender obediently, or I will destroy your body and soul. Fatty shouted at Gu Fei with a stern expression. Aya, I'm so scared. Do you have the ability? Gu Fei teased. Go to hell. The fatty was furious. He took out a black, fist-sized object and threw it at Gu Fei. What is this? Gu Fei instinctively rode the fire Qilin and moved sideways. Boom. With a loud bang, the fist-sized spherical object suddenly exploded. Bolts of lightning flashed and tore through the void of heaven and earth. With the explosion as the center, everything within a radius of 10,000 zhong was directly destroyed by the destructive thunder fire. This fatty, seeing this scene, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The power of this thing was astonishing. If he hadn't dodged in time, even if he didn't die from the explosion, he would have been in a very difficult situation. Heaven's scorching divine thunder? Gu Fei recognized the origin of this power. Whether it was in the heavenly god realm, the human realm, or the heaven realm, there were people who used great magic power to collect the thunder fire above the ninth heaven and refine it into various kinds of thunder Dao magic tools. The heaven-scorching divine thunder was one of them. The power of the heaven-scorching divine thunder bead was obvious to all. A single bead could easily wipe out a small city. Of course, the higher the cultivation, the more powerful the heaven-scorching divine thunder bead refined. At this time, Gu Fei already sensed that someone in the sky had locked onto him with his divine sense. The aura wasn't unfamiliar to him. It was the Divine King from the Wang clan. Although the Divine King's cultivation was far from Yin Lingxiao's and Bu Bukong's, he was still a Divine King. Little guy, come. I'll treat you to the heaven-scorching divine thunder bead. The fatty took out several heaven-scorching divine thunder beads and threw them at Gu Fei. Gu Fei made a gesture with both hands. The void between heaven and earth seemed to be turned upside down in an instant, and the heaven-scorching divine thunder beads immediately flew back at the fatty. Ouch, damn it. Fatty's face turned green when he saw this. He immediately took off running for his life. Little guy, let's see where you can run to now. At this time, a cold voice suddenly came from the sky. Gu Fei looked up and saw a powerful figure standing high in the sky, looking down at him. The Wang clan's divine king? Gu Fei was still calm. He had killed the Wang clan's young master Wang Yang, so the Wang clan naturally would not let him go. However, if a divine king wanted to kill him, then they were looking down on him. Rumble. At this time, a huge black hand like a black mountain slammed down on Gu Fei from the sky. Everywhere it passed, the void trembled, and the world seemed to be crushed by this huge hand. The power of a divine king was extremely powerful. Boom! The earth shook, and dust flew everywhere. A cloud of smoke spread out in the mountains. When the smoke dissipated, a huge palm print could be seen on the ground. This guy is dead for sure. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. The divine king in the sky slapped Gu Fei and his fire Qilin into the ground. Even the divine king in the sky was satisfied with his attack. Boom! Just when everyone thought that Gu Fei was dead for sure, there was a loud noise. A ball of fire rushed out from the palm print on the ground, and a violent aura spread in all directions. Under the cover of the divine fire, Gu Fei rode on the back of the fire Qilin, looking extremely majestic. This Chapter 4103. The eyes of the divine king from the Wang clan almost popped out of their sockets. He could not believe that a mere true god like Gu Fei was able to survive after being hit by his palm. Moreover, he did not seem to be injured at all. Not only Gu Fei, but even the fire Qilin that he was riding was unharmed. How is this possible? The others who noticed this scene were also inexplicably shocked. That was a divine king. Yet he could not even kill a mid-tier true god? Eat my fist. At this moment, Gu Fei made his move. He roared and threw a punch at the divine king in front of him. The invincible fist intent shook the heavens and the earth. Even the heavens and earth seemed to lose their color. This was not strength, it was just a fist intent. With his current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to perfectly combine his fist intent and strength. However, even if it was just a fist intent, it was enough to shock the world. Even the divine king from the Wang clan who was in the sky could not help but be shocked by Gu Fei's punch. The divine king from the Wang clan immediately blocked the fist that was coming at him. Gu Fei's punch was like a hot knife through butter. It directly broke through the divine king's defense and landed a punch on the divine king's chest. In the next moment, the divine king from the Wang clan screamed in pain. His entire body was shattered by the power of Gu Fei's punch and turned into a cloud of blood mist. What? The fatty happened to see this scene. He was so shocked that he forgot to close his mouth. He killed a divine king with a single punch? How is this possible? However, even though the fatty found it hard to believe, he had to accept the truth. However, the divine king from the Wang clan was also impressive. He was not someone that the city lord of the southern Kuan ancient city could compare to. The shattered divine body actually reassembled in an instant. A powerful figure appeared in the sky. Kill! The divine king from the Wang clan roared and waved his hands. 2 balls of divine light immediately rushed out from his hands and slashed at Gu Fei. Swoosh! The 2 balls of divine light were like sharp blades that cut through the void. Powerful waves of divine power erupted from the 2 balls of divine light, leaving behind 2 pitch-black spatial cracks wherever they passed. Good! Gu Fei laughed and reached out with both hands. He actually grabbed the 2 balls of divine light with his bare hands. The fatty was dumbfounded. This guy's divine body was so strong that he could actually take on a divine weapon with his bare hands? Gu Fei laughed as he exerted force in his hands. The 2 balls of divine light in his hands suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of light that dissipated into the void. Gu Fei's physique was tyrannical to the extreme. Even though he was only a mid-level true god, his physique was unbelievably strong, capable of contending against a god king. In his body, the eternal true bone continuously emitted eternal power to temper his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones. Even the most heaven-defying divine body in the heavenly god realm could not compare to his physical body. Gu Fei raised his hand and used Crack the Firmament, sending the Wang clan's divine king flying. The Wang clan's divine king, Wang Shifeng, was sent flying, coughing out blood. He was shocked. He was a divine king. How could he be beaten by a true god? The scene of Gu Fei defeating a divine king with a single punch shocked everyone. The Wang clan's Wang Shifeng was a divine king, and not just any divine king, but a mid-level god king. An ordinary god king could not be compared to him. Boom! Like a meteor falling from the sky, Wang Shifeng directly smashed into a mountain 1,000 li away. The entire mountain exploded, sending dust and dirt into the sky. Even Bukong and Yin Lingxiao, who were in the middle of the battle, noticed this scene and were shocked. This guy is incredible. Could he be the same as me, the reincarnation of an old monster? The fatty was speechless. Even though he had an immortal body, he was not as strong as this guy. God King? Just so. Gu Fei looked at the cloud of dust rising 1,000 miles away and said indifferently. At this time, the fire Qilin under him had completely become obedient. It had no choice but to be obedient. Fatty, come here. Let me see what you're capable of. How dare you call yourself the heavenly divine world's lord? Gu Fei waved at the fatty in the distance and said. The fatty hurriedly shook his head. This guy was too ferocious, defeating a divine king with a single punch. Even though he would not be killed, he would definitely suffer. Roar. At this time, an angry roar came from afar. Then, everyone saw a silhouette soar into the sky from a faraway mountain ridge. This person's body emitted divine light, and a huge silhouette emerged from his body. Powerful and violent energy erupted from that silhouette, causing the entire world to tremble. Bloodline power? Who was Gu Fei? He could see through this guy's strength with a single glance. Wang family, Wang Shifeng. At this time, he actually awakened his bloodline power. In the primordial era, an extraordinary existence came from the Wang family. He once unified the southern divine region and became the ruler of the region, competing with the other rulers. That ancestor of the Wang family was an Emperor Realm existence. The descendants of Emperor Realm experts all had the bloodline of the God Emperor. Once their bloodline was awakened, they would possess great power. The Emperor Realm experts could pass their power to the next generation through bloodline inheritance. Of course, as it was passed down from generation to generation, the bloodline would gradually become thinner and eventually disappear. Wang Shifeng was the 9th-generation descendant of the Wang family's God Emperor. The bloodline in his body was already very thin, but who would have thought that his bloodline power would erupt at this time? Roar. The silhouette on Wang Shifeng's body roared towards the sky. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out. Even divine kings would tremble. You go. Gu Fei jumped down from the back of the fire Qilin and waved his right hand. The fire Qilin flew towards Wang Shifeng involuntarily. Master, don't. The fire Qilin's shock was no small matter. Wang Shifeng's eyes suddenly opened. 2 beams of divine light immediately rushed out of his eyes and pierced towards the fire Qilin. Damn it! The fire Qilin opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of sun-true fire. Boom! The divine fire filled the sky, burning the sky and boiling the sea. It directly burned the divine light that rushed out of Wang Shifeng's eyes into nothingness. In an instant, Wang Shifeng was drowned in the divine fire. Kill! An angry roar came from the sea of fire. Then, a huge beast directly flew out of the sea of fire. This huge beast was the fire Qilin. Master, save me. The fire Qilin's body was badly mutilated. One of the dragon horns on its head was also broken. It looked extremely miserable. Still want to leave. At this time, a huge hand stretched out of the sea of fire and directly grabbed the fire Qilin. Chapter 4104. Wang Shifeng actually managed to awaken the power of his bloodline at this crucial moment. As the power of his bloodline erupted, Wang Shifeng's cultivation base rose rapidly. Very quickly, his cultivation base rose from mid-level God King realm to the Great Perfection God King realm. Wang Shifeng ignored the fire Qilin's attack. The solar quintessence fire didn't even manage to burn a single strand of his hair. With a casual punch, he sent the fire Qilin flying. The violent punch directly broke one of the fire Qilin's dragon horns. The insufferably arrogant fire Qilin was beaten half to death. Wang Shifeng felt his entire body was brimming with energy. The battle blood in his body was boiling. It was as though he could shatter the heavens with a single punch. He extended his hand and grabbed towards the fire Qilin. Boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn over by him. A huge palm appeared in the sky and enveloped the fire Qilin. Just as the fire Qilin was about to fall into Wang Shifeng's hand, Gu Fei made his move. A ray of sword light rushed out from his finger. It turned into a peerless sword light and slashed at Wang Shifeng's right hand. In the next moment, Wang Shifeng exclaimed in shock. The huge palm he condensed was destroyed by the sword light. The fire Qilin took the opportunity to escape. At this time, a figure walked towards the sky step by step. With every step he took, heaven and earth trembled. In just 3 steps, that person had already arrived in front of the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin turned into a ray of divine light and landed on Gu Fei's right arm. A fire Qilin pattern appeared on his right arm. Is this the legendary Qilin arm? Gu Fei didn't expect the fire Qilin to have such a move. It attached itself to his right arm. Gu Fei died. At this time, an angry roar came from the sea of flames in the sky. Then, a ray of divine light broke through the layers of solar quintessence fire and pierced towards Gu Fei. The fire Qilint's natal quintessence fire turned into a sea of flames. It was incomparably terrifying. Oomph! Gu Fei raised his right hand and pressed it upwards. In the next moment, the divine light that pierced through the void collapsed. Even the solar real fire that filled the sky was completely dispersed by this palm. Wang Shifeng's figure appeared high in the sky. Without any unnecessary words, the two powerhouses started fighting. Wang Shifeng's entire body was surrounded by divine light, and a ring of divine light was faintly discernible behind his head. An unimaginably strong power was condensing in his body. He seemed to have gone mad as he directly punched at Gu Fei. Bam! The two fists collided, and Wang Shifeng was forced back 1,000 feet. What? Wang Shifeng was shocked. His cultivation had already broken through to the great perfection God-King realm, and he had even awakened the power of bloodline. Was he still not a match for this guy? Boom! Dull sounds of collision resounded continuously as the two fists kept colliding. Wang Shifeng was extremely depressed. He was still forced back by Gu Fei. Gu Fei punched 13 times in a row, and Wang Shifeng was sent flying 13 times. However, Wang Shifeng only took 10 steps back. The power of bloodline made Wang Shifeng's divine body even stronger. He wanted to use the battle with Gu Fei to completely integrate his bloodline and increase his cultivation as much as possible. What's wrong? You can't do it anymore? I haven't used any strength yet. Gu Fei looked at Wang Shifeng, who was opposite him. He saw that Wang Shifeng's right fist was dripping with blood, and the corner of his mouth was bleeding. His hair was messy, and his eyes were red. He looked extremely miserable. Cut the crap. Again. Wang Shifeng's eyes were wild, and his entire body was filled with power. He pounced at Gu Fei fiercely again. Well, the warm-up exercise is over. As Gu Fei spoke, he clenched his right fist and his entire arm abruptly turned red, like a red-hot branding iron. Strands of heat emerged from his skin. Swoosh! Gu Fei punched out, and a sonic boom resounded in the void. In the next moment, his fist smashed into Wang Shifeng's fist. Pacha! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Wang Shifeng screamed in pain, and his entire arm twisted strangely. The bones in his arm were all broken. Gu Fei's cold voice resounded. Preposterous. Wang Shifeng was about to go crazy. At this moment, Gu Fei's fist smashed over again. When he was serious, it wasn't a small matter. Without any suspense, Wang Shifeng was sent flying again. Blood appeared, and blood rained down from the sky. The left side of Wang Shifeng's body was a bloody mess. His entire left arm, shoulder, and half of his body were smashed into a bloody mist by Gu Fei's punch. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked to the extreme. At this time, the battle between Bukong and Yin Lingxiao had also come to an end. Bukong walked out from the depths of the mountain, his body covered in blood. Yin Lingxiao couldn't come out. In the end, Bukong is still stronger. Someone exclaimed. Bukong's sword could break all kinds of magic. As long as he had a sword in his hand, he seemed to be invincible in the world. However, it was a narrow victory for him. He directly turned into a sword light and soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. He directly left the southern Kuan mountain range. At this time, everyone's eyes were on Gu Fei and Wang Shifeng. However, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. Swish! Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly caught up with Wang Shifeng, who was flying backward. Then, he stomped his foot. Bam! Wang Shifeng didn't even have time to scream. His divine body directly exploded under Gu Fei's foot, turning into a bloody mist. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Who is this person? He looks unfamiliar, but he can actually defeat Wang Shifeng. Someone exclaimed. Gu Fei had stomped Wang Shifeng to death. This scene was incomparably shocking, especially the people of the Wang clan. They were even more shocked and angry. Many people of the Wang clan had died in Gu Fei's hands. They were the most outstanding existences of the Wang clan. Whether it was the young master of the Wang clan, Wang Yang, or the current Wang Shifeng, they all had important positions in the Wang clan. When the news of Gu Fei killing Wang Shifeng reached the Wang clan, everyone in the Wang clan was shocked. The higher-ups were in an uproar. Even the leader of the Wang clan, Wang Zhaotian, was furious. Gu Fei, I want you to die. Wang Zhaotian directly smashed the table next to him with one palm. Leader, even Wang Shifeng isn't that guy's opponent. An elder of the Wang clan wanted to say something but stopped. What are you afraid of? I will go and ask for the ancestral weapon. I don't believe that I can't kill that guy, Wang Zhaotian said hatefully. Then, he directly turned around and strode out. He was going to ask for the ancestral weapon. The reason why the Wang clan could survive until now was largely due to the existence of the ancestral weapon. With the ancestral weapon protecting the Wang clan, they wouldn't be exterminated. At this time, Gu Fei stomped Wang Shifeng to death. Then, he stared at the fat man in the distance with a smile that wasn't a smile. Chapter 4105. Gu Fei killed Wang Shifeng with a single stomp. This scene was extremely shocking. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Who is this? How dare he kill Wang Shifeng with a single stomp? Wang Shifeng is the peerless genius of the Wang family. After his bloodline awakened, he became even more powerful. Could this little guy be the successor of one of those inheritances? Someone was bewildered. The heavenly god realm had some mysterious, powerful, and incomparably ancient inheritances. These ancient inheritances were the true rulers of the heavenly god realm. Since ancient times, there were countless major events that happened in the heavenly god realm. There were always traces of experts from these ancient powers. Although the Wang family was powerful, there were still the 5 great god emperors of the southern divine region above them. Even if the Wang family allied with the southern heaven god emperor, they wouldn't dare to challenge these ancient powers. It can't be. Those people haven't appeared for thousands of years, someone said in shock. It's hard to say, an old man said with a serious expression. The existence of those ancient powers was mysterious. No one knew where their ancestral land was. No one knew how they traveled the world. After hearing the old man's words, everyone fell silent. At this moment, the fatty was so scared that he peed his pants. He turned around and ran because Gu Fei had his eyes on him. In the fatty's eyes, Gu Fei was simply a peerless, ferocious person. Being targeted by such a ferocious person, if he didn't run, should he just obediently wait to be beaten? Don't be fooled by the fatty's fat body. When he ran, he was many times faster than a rabbit. Wherever the fatty passed, he left behind a series of afterimages in the void. Boom! A figure descended from the sky and landed on the ground. A huge crater appeared on the ground and the ground shook. A circle of dust swept out in all directions. This person was Gu Fei. Haha, trying to escape? Gu Fei laughed and jumped up from the ground. He didn't fly in the air. He relied on his physical strength. This jump actually crossed the void and landed dozens of miles away. This wasn't Gu Fei's limit. An ordinary true god's divine body was also extremely strong. They could split mountains and split rivers with a single palm. On the other hand, Gu Fei's martial body was much stronger than his divine body. It was child's play for him to leap dozens of miles in one go. However, this kind of speed was different in the eyes of others. The heavenly god realm wasn't the immortal martial realm of the lower realms. The laws of heaven and earth here were more complete, and the energy of heaven and earth here was even stronger. If living beings from the immortal martial realm appeared in the heavenly god realm, they would be suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth and would be no different from ordinary humans. Martial immortals who could summon the wind and summon the rain in the immortal martial realm could only obediently walk on the ground in the heavenly divine realm. Wanting to fly in the air? Unless he cultivated to the God-King realm. At this time, Gu Fei had already caught up with the fatty in a few leaps. Why are you chasing me? Fatty roared as he ran. Haha, Sir Realm Lord, why are you running? I only wish to discuss life and reason with Sir Realm Lord. Gu Fei laughed uproariously. This fatty actually dared to proclaim himself as the Realm Lord of the heavenly god realm? He definitely had some background and should know many things. If he could capture this fellow, he wouldn't be like a blind man running around aimlessly in the heavenly god realm. Stop chasing. Fatty ran tens of thousands of miles in a single breath and almost collapsed from exhaustion. Hee hee, keep running, keep running. Gu Fei appeared beside Fatty in a calm and composed manner. Boss, please spare me. Fatty stared at Gu Fei. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Only now did he know that he had kicked an iron board. I didn't do anything to you. Gu Fei had a smile that was not a smile on his face as he stared at Fatty. You. Fatty was completely speechless. In any case, I have an undying body. What can you do to me? Fatty directly sat on the ground, panting heavily. He no longer wanted to run. Who in the world doesn't die? Even for someone as strong as a god emperor, there will be a day when he falls. Your so-called undying body is nothing but a joke to me. Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said indifferently, What? You? When Fatty heard this, he was immediately stunned. This was his biggest secret. He did not expect the other party to see through him. Of course, although I can't kill you for the time being, I can imprison you. Once my cultivation base has recovered, I will send you on your way. Gu Fei said indifferently. Fatty's expression was extremely ugly. What do you want? Fatty looked at Gu Fei for a while before he sighed and said helplessly, I want the source of heaven and earth. Gu Fei said, What? Fatty was taken aback when he heard that. Are you a demon? Fatty's expression was extremely solemn. The people of the demon Tao would always be unscrupulous in order to obtain great power. They would not hesitate to destroy the entire world. In the heavenly god realm, only a few people knew about the source of heaven and earth. Since ancient times, those who had designs on the source of heaven and earth had already turned into dust. No one could touch the source of heaven and earth. Do I look like a demon to you? Gu Fei shrugged and said, Not just like, but very much. Fatty said, All right, cut the crap. Where is the source of heaven and earth? Gu Fei's expression became solemn. The heavenly god realm was a high-class world. The source of heaven and earth was no small matter. If he could obtain it, Gu Fei's eternal indestructible martial body would become even stronger. At that time, even the God Emperor would not be able to do anything to him. What do you want the source of heaven and earth for? Fatty asked cautiously. It's none of your business. Just tell me where the source of heaven and earth is. Gu Fei was getting impatient. Fatty rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Yes, yes, yes. Let me rest for a while. Then I will bring Boss to find the source of heaven and earth. That's right. Gu Fei patted Fatty's shoulder and said, Boss, where are you from? Fatty suddenly thought of something and looked at Gu Fei in awe. Where? What did you say? Gu Fei said in confusion. No, nothing. Fatty hurriedly said. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. After resting for a while, Fatty brought Gu Fei out of the mountain and into another city. This city was much bigger than the southern Kuan ancient city. The huge city wall was like a mountain range in front of them. Many soldiers and generals were stationed on the city towers, and there were also soldiers guarding the city gates. Boss, this is the southern divine region's Tiannan city. The master of this city is the southern heaven god emperor, Xin Kuan. Fatty introduced to Gu Fei. Tiannan city was one of the 5 largest cities in the southern divine region. There were more than 10 million people living in the city, and there were countless human settlements around the city. There were more than a dozen small cities surrounding this huge city. Such a city could withstand any level of beast tide, and it could also keep out powerful enemies. The southern heaven god emperor's nest? Gu Fei glanced at Fatty, then strode into the city. So what if he's a god emperor? When I was in the ancestral realm, I even killed a lot of extreme supreme beings. Gu Fei was not afraid of anyone, which shocked Fatty. The Fatty seemed to be very familiar with Tiannan City. He brought Gu Fei to a restaurant and ordered a table full of food and wine. Then, he began to gorge himself on the food. No wonder you're so fat. Before Gu Fei had even moved his chopsticks, Fatty had already finished all the dishes on the table like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. This made him very speechless. Of course, at Gu Fei's level, he no longer needed to eat. He only needed to absorb the natural energy of heaven and earth. Natural energy was what cultivators ate. However, Fatty was an out-and-out foodie. Are you done eating? Can we go? As Gu Fei spoke, he took out a piece of divine crystal and threw it on the table. Boss, you're rich. The fatty's eyes widened when he saw the divine crystal. He hurriedly reached out and grabbed it. The fist-sized divine crystal was shrouded in spiritual chi. It seemed like a ball of divine fire was sealed within it. This is a top-grade divine crystal, Fatty exclaimed. It's just a divine crystal. What's the fuss? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Boss, don't you know this is a top-grade divine crystal? Even in the entire heavenly god realm, only existences at the level of God Emperor can get their hands on these top-grade divine crystals. Fatty looked at Gu Fei as if he was looking at a monster. All right. As long as you lead me to the source of heaven and earth, I'll give you 5,000 kilograms of this divine crystal. Gu Fei glanced at Fatty and said nonchalantly, What, 5,000 kilograms? Fatty's eyes were filled with stars when he heard that. Boss, my respect for you is like the water of the Milky Way. It's endless. Fatty looked at Gu Fei with admiration. All right, let's go, Gu Fei said and left his seat. Yes. Fatty hurriedly took out a small divine crystal and threw it to the waiter who was standing at the side like a fool. The waiter was staring at Fatty with a murderous look. Fatty had seen a windfall right in front of his eyes, but it was snatched away by someone else. If looks could kill, Fatty would have died countless times already. One had to know that the divine crystal Gu Fei had just thrown out was enough to buy the entire restaurant. However, the divine crystal that Fatty had thrown out was dim and dull. The spiritual energy contained within it wasn't strong at all. Compared to Gu Fei's divine crystal, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, the Fatty was completely transparent to the waiter. He did not even glance at him. He stowed the supreme-grade divine crystal away happily before leaving the restaurant with Gu Fei. They went straight to the teleportation formation in Tiannan City. Tiannan City's teleportation formation was divided into two types, city level and domain level. The city-level teleportation formation allowed cultivators to travel to any city in the southern divine region. On the other hand, a teleportation formation at the devolution realm could be used to teleport between regions. Cultivators could travel from the southern divine region to the northern divine region or any other divine region using a teleportation formation at the devolution realm. Cultivators had to pay a fee to use the teleportation formation. The city-level teleportation formation wasn't expensive, but the domain-level teleportation formation was different. Most people couldn't afford the fee for a domain-level teleportation formation. Chapter 4106. Southern Heaven God Emperor Xian Kuan never thought that the famous Gu Fei of the Southern Divine Region would come to his base, Southern Heaven City. Gu Fei and the Chubby Realm Master were only passing by. When the Southern Heaven God Emperor received the news, Gu Fei and the Chubby Realm Master were already on the teleportation formation to the Middle Divine Region. Such a cross-domain array platform would consume a lot of spiritual energy. After Gu Fei threw out a piece of ultra-quality divine crystal, everything was easy to do. Immortal crystals and divine crystals that contained spirit energy were indispensable cultivation resources for cultivators no matter which world they were in. Furthermore, the mines of immortal crystals and divine crystals were controlled by the major factions. It was impossible for an ordinary person to own a divine crystal mine. To those independent cultivators, using divine crystals to cultivate was an extremely extravagant thing. However, to the disciples of large forces, it was a very common thing. This was the reason why so many people fought so hard to enter those great sects and become their disciples. The disciples of the divine sects and sects didn't need to worry about cultivation resources. They only needed to focus on their cultivation. Of course, the competition between the divine sects and sects was fierce. For example, the Southern Heaven Divine Palace was divided into a few factions. If it wasn't for the Southern Heaven God Emperor, the entire Southern Heaven Divine Palace would have fallen into internal strife. He's Gu Fei. When the Southern Heaven God Emperor arrived, he only saw two blurry figures disappearing from the teleportation formation. Damn it! A white-haired old man appeared beside the southern heaven god emperor. He was the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Zhaotian. Gu Fei had killed his only son. Wang Zhaotian wanted nothing more than to grind Gu Fei's bones into ashes. In the next moment, a divine eye suddenly emerged from between Wang Zhaotian's brows. Whoosh! The god's eye opened in an instant, and a beam of purple light shot out from it. It pierced through the void and went straight for Gu Fei and little Fatty, who had escaped into the void. The southern heaven god emperor was shocked by the sight. Wang Zhaotian was also a god emperor. Even though he was only a low-level god emperor, he had the heaven-crushing godly eye. The moment he opened it, he could kill all his enemies. Wang Zhaotian's heaven-breaking godly eyes pierced through the void and instantly caught up with Gu Fei and the Fatty. Humph! Gu Fei flipped his palm and directly blocked the piercing divine light. Two powerful forces erupted and directly shattered the layer of divine light that enveloped them. Oh no! When Fatty saw this, his shock was no small matter. Without the protection of the divine light, they would be lost in the endless chaos. This was definitely not a good thing for them. After all, even a god emperor might not be able to find his way back if he got lost in the primal chaos. Thinking of this, Fatty's face turned pale. It's that bastard who dared to plot against me. Fatty was going crazy. Haha! At this moment, in the sky above the teleportation formation of Southern Heaven City, the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Zhaotian, laughed loudly. Even though he failed to kill Gu Fei, and the others were no different from being dead, because they would forever be lost in the primal chaos. Even a god emperor would be trapped to death in the primal chaos. Congratulations on avenging your son, Brother Wang. The Southern Heaven God Emperor said with a smile. That guy got away with it. If he fell into my hands, I would definitely grind his bones to ashes and nail his soul in divine flames for 10,000 years. Wang Zhaotian said while clenching his teeth. When he learned that his only son, Wang Yang, was killed by Gu Fei, he almost went crazy. Wang Yang was his belly that he had high hopes for. At this moment, neither the Southern Heaven God Emperor nor Wang Zhaotian had expected Gu Fei to grab Fatty, turn around and break through the layers of primal chaos, and charge back the way he came. To others, this was certain death, but to Gu Fei, it was nothing. Trying to make him lose in the primal chaos? That was a joke. He had the wheel of the myriad worlds, the ultimate treasure of the ancestral realm. Rumble, soon. The sky above Southern Heaven City suddenly trembled. What's going on? The Southern Heaven God Emperor raised his head and looked at the sky. His pupils contracted violently. Boom! With a loud bang, the void exploded, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky above South Heaven City. Primal chaos energy rushed out. Then, two figures rushed out of the black hole. How is this possible? The patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Zhaotian, was shocked to the extreme when he saw the two people rushing out of the black hole. How did they do it? You're the one who ambushed me? Gu Fei said indifferently as he looked at Wang Zhaotian. This elder's yuan qi undulations were of the same origin as the divine light that had sneak attacked him. So what if it was me? Wang Zhaotian glared at Gu Fei, his eyes red. Go to hell. Gu Fei did not waste any words and attacked immediately. Rumble. Gu Fei raised his hand and slapped at Wang Zhaotian. The violent energy shook the earth, and the entire sky changed color. Boom! Wang Zhaotian raised his hand and punched. The two forces collided, and in the next moment, Gu Fei was sent flying. He flew for dozens of miles and smashed into a mountain with a boom. When Fatty saw this scene, he, who was about to fly into a rage, almost wet his pants. God Emperor, Wang family, you're Wang Zhaotian? Fatty cried out in alarm. Little guy, at least you're knowledgeable. I'll give you a quick death. Wang Zhaotian said as he pointed at Fatty. How dare you? Fatty was both shocked and furious. In the next moment, his entire body exploded. Can't even withstand a single blow. Wang Zhaotian did not take Fatty seriously at all. However, in the next moment, the Fatty's exploded flesh and blood instantly gathered together. A figure appeared in the void, and the Fatty's body was instantly reconstructed. Huh! Wang Zhaotian was surprised to see this. He pointed with his finger once more. Without any suspense, Fatty, who had just reassembled his body, exploded again. Damn it! In the void, Fatty's divine will was transmitted. Little guy, how dare you attack me? Fatty roared. He actually called Wang Zhaotian a little guy. His shattered body was reassembled again, and Fatty was about to go crazy. Although he did not have to worry about being beaten to death by Wang Zhaotian, the feeling of having his divine body destroyed was not good either. Wang Zhaotian continued to attack. His finger pointed 12 times, and the Fatty's divine body exploded 12 times. This almost drove the Fatty crazy. Little guy, I'm going to destroy your Wang family. Chapter 4107. The Fatty with the undying divine body was about to go crazy. His divine body had been destroyed 12 times by the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Zhaotian. 12 times. This Wang Zhaotian is seriously insane. I'll destroy your Wang family. I'll destroy your Wang family. The Fatty was enraged. He reconstructed his divine body once again. Interesting. Could it be the legendary indestructible divine body? The Southern Heaven God Emperor's expression changed. The legendary undying divine body? Wang Zhaotian said in astonishment. He stared at the Fatty like a starving beast, wishing he could devour the Fatty in one gulp. Wang family, I'll remember this, the Fatty said while clenching his teeth. Little guy, do you really think you can leave this place alive? Wang Zhaotian stared at the Fatty and sneered. I'm undying and indestructible. Do you really think you can threaten me with just 2 small shrimps? What a joke. The Fatty glanced at the Southern Heaven God Emperor and Wang Zhaotian and said disdainfully, Is that so? Wang Zhaotian's face darkened as he approached the Fatty. Boom. At this moment, a loud sound came from afar. The mountain that was dozens of miles away directly exploded. A figure, like a peerless demon emperor, fiercely pounced towards Wang Zhaotian. What? Wang Zhaotian was shocked. This guy is still alive after taking a palm strike from me? Not only is Gu Fei not dead, he doesn't seem to be injured at all. Wang Zhaotian was in disbelief. This is unbelievable. Roar. Gu Fei let out an angry roar and threw a punch at Wang Zhaotian. So what if the opponent is a god emperor? I'll still hit him. A powerful and violent fist energy exploded. It felt like the sky was about to be shattered by the punch. It was as if it could destroy everything. You overestimate yourself, Wang Zhaotian said disdainfully. In the next moment, he threw a punch too. Dong. The 2 fists collided with each other in an instant, producing a thunder-like sound of war drums. A circle of energy waves spread out, and the void directly rippled like water. Gu Fei let out a cold harumph and was sent flying again. What a powerful divine body. Wang Zhaotian was finally moved when he saw that Gu Fei could actually take his fist head-on. However, Wang Zhaotian was a celestial arch after all. Although Gu Fei's martial body was exceptionally strong, the difference between the 2 of them was too great. If it wasn't for the protection of the eternal energy, Gu Fei would have been smashed to smithereens by Wang Zhaotian. Little fellow, I want you to regret being born into this world, Wang Zhaotian said loudly. In the next moment, a series of clang. The next moment, a divine chain shot out from his body and wrapped around Gu Fei. Open. Gu Fei struggled with all his might, wanting to break this divine chain. However, not only did the divine chain that coiled around his body not break, it tightened instead. Gu Fei was shocked. The divine chain that coiled around his body was no ordinary divine weapon. Haha. This is my Wang family's ultimate treasure, the heaven-sealing divine chain. It can even seal the heavenly laws. How could a little fellow like you possibly break it? Heaven-sealing divine chain? Gu Fei could not help but frown when he heard this. The Fatty was indescribably shocked when he heard Wang Zhaotian's words. The heaven-sealing divine chain was an incomparably powerful emperor divine weapon of the Wang family. I didn't expect Brother Wang to bring the clan's ultimate treasure. The Southern Heaven God Emperor was also a little surprised to see Wang Zhaotian using the heaven-sealing divine chain. One should know that the heaven-sealing divine chain had always been enshrined in the Wang family's ancestral ground and was rarely used. Damn it! Although Gu Fei was furious, he still remained calm. In the next moment, a ball of divine fire emerged from his right arm and instantly enveloped his entire body. It was the true fire of the sun, which was said to be able to incinerate everything in the world. However, when the true fire of the sun came into contact with the heaven-sealing divine chain on Gu Fei's body, it couldn't do anything to it. The true fire of the sun that emerged from Gu Fei's body burned the heaven-sealing divine chain until ancient divine runes appeared on it. Surrender obediently. After saying that, Wang Zhaotian kept attacking, sealing up Gu Fei's cultivation base. Boss, I'll leave first. I'll come back to save you. After saying that, the fatty crushed the talismans in his hand. In the next moment, the fatty disappeared into the void. This guy, Gu Fei, was speechless. It was impossible for him to save him. Haha, killing a divine king with a single punch? It's all a joke before me. Wang Zhaotian laughed and waved his right hand. Gu Fei, who was tied up like a dumpling, flew over to him. Daoist Xin Kuan, I'll take my leave first. Wang Zhaotian couldn't wait to return to the Wang family's ancestral land to take care of Gu Fei. The news of Gu Fei being captured by the Wang family spread like wildfire. The entire southern divine region was in an uproar. That Gu Fei actually went to provoke the God Emperor? He's courting death. He's definitely courting death. A true God challenging a God Emperor. That's too crazy. Everyone was discussing. Gu Fei was only a mid-level true God, yet he dared to challenge Wang Zhaotian. In everyone's eyes, he was courting death. Wang family, Wang Zhaotian, just you wait. In a mountain range 3,000 miles away from Tiannan City, a figure directly fell out of the void and fell head first into a thicket. The person crawled out of the thicket in a miserable state. He was wearing a Taoist robe and had a fat body. His forehead was covered in sweat as he panted heavily. He was the fatty who had just escaped from South Heaven City. As long as I get that thing, I'll kill my way to the Wang family. The fatty cursed as he walked out of the thicket. After getting his bearings, he disappeared into the mountain range. The Wang family's ancestral land was a spectacular place. Dragon-shaped clouds could be seen in the sky from time to time, and the mountains on the ground looked like a coiled dragon. The heaven and earth spiritual energy here was so thick that it could not be dispersed. Waterfalls and springs could be seen between the mountains, and pavilions could be seen everywhere. It was like a peerless paradise. Cultivating in this kind of peerless divine land would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. It was no wonder that the Wang family could survive for so many years, producing a peerless expert in every generation. This was the confidence of a super cultivation family. Ordinary cultivation forces simply couldn't compare to them. After Gu Fei was captured by Wang Zhaotian and brought back to the Wang family's ancestral land, Wang Zhaotian threw him into the Wang family's black prison. At this time, the Wang family was in an uproar after receiving the news. The number of experts that died in Gu Fei's hands was a little too many, and they were all the most outstanding existences in the Wang family, especially Wang Yang, Wang Zhaoyan's only son. Chapter 4108. Who is that? The patriarch personally captured him and threw him into the 9th level of the purgatory of ice and fire. There's no need to ask. Someone who could make the patriarch take action personally and take down the 9th level must be an earth-shattering figure. That person seems very young. Hee. Are there any lack of young and beautiful antiques and old monsters in the cultivation world? At the entrance to the Wang family's purgatory in the southern divine region, a few jailers wearing azure gold divine armor were chatting. They were very shocked because they hadn't seen the patriarch personally come to the purgatory of ice and fire for many years. The last time was 300 years ago. At that time, Wang Zhaotian had captured a great devil of the devil realm and personally sent him down to the 9th level. In the eyes of these jailers, Gu Fei was undoubtedly an important figure who could compare to the great devil of the devil realm 300 years ago. Otherwise, the patriarch wouldn't have needed to personally take action. Shut up, all of you. How can we casually discuss the patriarch's matters? At this time, an old jailer with white hair walked out. When the young jailers heard this, they immediately shrunk their necks and didn't dare to say anything else. At this time, Gu Fei was imprisoned in the Wang family's 9th level of the Purgatory of Ice and Fire. Right now, he was in the middle of 9 layers of ice and fire. The 9th level of the Purgatory of Ice and Fire was where the Wang family imprisoned serious criminals. Ordinary devils and evil gods didn't have the qualifications to be imprisoned here. Only the great devils and evil gods would be imprisoned here. And any evil spirit that was imprisoned in the 9th level of the Purgatory of Ice and Fire would only have one ending, death here. The Wang family's Purgatory of Ice and Fire was very famous in the southern divine region. The power of ice and fire is vast, but unfortunately, the power of ice and fire contains a powerful poison. Ordinary people can't refine and absorb it for their own use. Gu Fei lay motionlessly on the icy ground. This place was sometimes unbearably hot, sometimes bone-chilling cold. Also, both the heat and cold contained a poison that could corrode the soul. Unfortunately, Wang Zhaotian miscalculated this time. Gu Fei sat up. To others, this was a land of death, a land of death. But to him, it was a land of treasures. Others might not be able to refine the power of ice and fire here, but he could. Others would have their bodies and souls corroded by the terrifying poison here, but he was completely fine. This was because he possessed the eternal true bone. The eternal real bone could refine everything in the world for its own use, so mere poisons were naturally nothing to it. The power of ice and fire in this place was so enormous that if he refined it, it would probably be comparable to half of the origin energy of the heavenly god realm. Isn't this the Wang clan's heaven-locking divine chains? Just at that moment, a startled cry rang out. A white-haired, white-browed, emaciated old man was sitting in a corner like a statue. If he didn't speak, no one would notice him. There was almost no aura coming from this old man. There were even some icicles hanging from his messy hair. He wore very little. He was bare-chested and only had a pair of shorts on his lower body. He was barefoot. When Gu Fei saw this old man, he jumped in fright. "Little fellow, who are you? You actually need Wang Zhaotian to use the heaven-locking divine chains to suppress you?" The old man asked curiously. The heaven-locking divine chains were the Wang clan's ultimate treasure. They treasured it very much and wouldn't use it easily. "Me? I'm Gu Fei. I'm just a nobody." Gu Fei chuckled. "Hee, a nobody? If you were a nobody, you would have died here long ago. I see that you don't fear the power of ice and fire here at all. Could you be a god emperor?" The old man chuckled softly. "I'm not a god emperor." Gu Fei shook his head. A god emperor was nothing in his eyes. Back then, he had even killed many extreme supremes of the primogenitor realm. But now, he had no choice but to temporarily swallow his anger. Even if you're not a god emperor, you're not far from it. The old man stared at Gu Fei as though he wanted to see through him. "Then who are you?" Gu Fei asked. "Me? I've been imprisoned here for so long that I've forgotten my name," the old man suddenly said. "What?" Gu Fei was stunned. He then asked, "Do you know where this place is?" "Here?" This was originally a battlefield during the primordial era. The battle between the primordial frost dragon and the primordial fire dragon nearly destroyed the entire world. The old man said, "The primordial frost dragon and the primordial fire dragon ultimately perished together. Later on, the Wang clan's ancestor moved the place where the primordial frost dragon and the primordial fire dragon died to the side of the Wang clan's ancestral ground and built a purgatory." "I see." Gu Fei came to a sudden realization. No wonder this was the 9 heavens of ice and fire. It was caused by the primordial frost dragon and the primordial fire dragon's origin power. Be it the primordial fire dragon or the primordial frost dragon, they were both poisonous dragons that could kill countless living beings with a single breath. They were extremely ferocious dragons among the dragon race. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to refine the origin dragon pearl of such a poisonous dragon. Thus, Gu Fei benefited from it. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to circulate his mystic art to devour the surrounding ice and fire powers. "Little guy, are you crazy?" The old man sitting in the corner was shocked. This guy actually dared to devour the ice and fire powers here. This was no different from suicide. Gu Fei didn't say anything. Soon, a black hole formed in his chest. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth that gathered from all directions was devoured by this black hole and refined into his own power. The old man was shocked when he sensed the changes on Gu Fei's body. Even he didn't dare to refine the ice and fire powers here. Clang! The heaven-locking divine chains on Gu Fei's body vibrated from time to time as they wrapped around Gu Fei tightly. Ancient runes constantly appeared on the divine chains. As Gu Fei's aura continued to rise, the heaven-locking divine chains on his body tightened. However, Gu Fei didn't care about the chains at all. Soon, the ice and fire powers in the ice and fire purgatory were no longer as strong. This little guy, the eyes of the mysterious old man, who was sitting cross-legged in the corner, lit up when he saw Gu Fei. He had never imagined that this little fellow named Gu Fei could actually refine the power of ice and fire. While Gu Fei was refining the ice and fire powers, a figure was searching for something in a valley 10,000 miles away from the Wang family's ancestral ground. Boom! In next to no time, a muffled sound resounded from within the valley. In the next moment, a beam of divine light shot into the sky from within the valley, and it vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Haha, Wang family, aren't you all dead this time? A fat man walked out of the valley, holding a large halberd in his hand. It was a pitch-black halberd that exuded a chilling aura. This fat man was the Realm Lord. The fat man was known as the Realm Lord of the Heavenly Divine Realm. However, none of the big shots in the Heavenly Divine Realm acknowledged his position. Swoosh! Fatty stomped on the ground with both feet, causing the entire ground to explode. He leaped up and disappeared into the mountain ridge. At this moment, in the ancestral ground of the Wang family, the upper echelons of the Wang family had arrived at the ancestral hall on the highest mountain peak. Wang Zhaotian was sitting on the throne in the middle of the hall. Lord Family Head, what are we waiting for if we don't kill that guy? That's right. That Gu Fei killed Wang Yang's nephew. He deserved to die 1,000 deaths. Why are you still talking so much nonsense? Just drag that guy out and chop him up. In the hall, everyone was in favor of immediately executing Gu Fei and using Gu Fei's blood as a blood sacrifice for the elites of the Wang family who had died in his hands. Family Head, since everyone is of the same opinion, let's do it this way. An old man with white hair and beard suddenly said, since the great elder has said so, let's do it. Wang Zhaotian nodded and said. Then, Wang Zhaotian personally walked out. He took a step and instantly appeared in the sky above the ice and fire purgatory. Wang Zhaotian directly entered the 9th level of the purgatory. He was shocked to find that the power of ice and fire in the purgatory seemed to have weakened. When Wang Zhaotian saw Gu Fei, he was shocked again. He saw Gu Fei sitting cross-legged on the ground and actually absorbing the surrounding essence energy. How is this possible? Seeing Gu Fei devouring the power of ice and fire, he was even more shocked. Locked. Wang Zhaotian didn't hesitate and directly triggered the heaven-locking divine chains, only to see the heaven-locking divine chains coiling around Gu Fei's body immediately constricted and tightened. An explosive sound came from Gu Fei's body as if his bones were about to be broken. You only have this bit of ability? Gu Fei looked at Wang Zhaotian, who was outside coldly, and said in disdain, Humph. Wang Zhaotian laughed coldly and directly opened the prison door. After that, he grabbed Gu Fei out of the prison. He directly grabbed Gu Fei's collar and soared into the sky. There was no obstruction along the way, and he directly rushed out of the ice and fire purgatory. From start to end, that mysterious old man in the purgatory didn't make a sound. He didn't even open his eyes. Wang Zhaotian captured Gu Fei and placed him on the god execution stage. A clan elder volunteered to personally kill Gu Fei and his son. Gu Fei stood on the god execution stage and looked at the surrounding Wang family disciples coldly. Kneel. That Wang family elder shouted and then swept his leg towards Gu Fei's legs. However, Gu Fei didn't move at all. You want me to kneel? Who do you think you are? Gu Fei said in disdain. You. That clan elder was shocked and furious. He gripped the god-slaying blade tightly and then slashed towards Gu Fei's neck with all his might. Everyone was anticipating the bloody scene of his head falling to the ground. Dang! Just at this moment, the god-slaying blade slashed onto Gu Fei's neck, and there was a metallic clang. Then, the entire god-slaying blade rebounded and flew out of the elder's hand. That clan elder lowered his head and saw that his hands were covered in blood. His palms were actually torn by the rebounding force. This? Chapter 4109. There was a god execution stage in the Wang family of the southern divine region. Any god who was captured by the Wang family, as long as they were enemies of the Wang family or people who had committed heinous crimes, would be brought to the god execution stage to be slashed by the god execution blade. The god execution blade was the most precious treasure of the Wang family. It was said to be able to slay god emperors and gods. It was one of the emperor divine weapons forged by the founder of the Wang family. Even a true god emperor would be half dead, if not dead, after being slashed by the god execution blade. At this moment, everyone in the Wang family was dumbfounded as they looked at the figure standing proudly on the god execution stage. This guy couldn't even move the god execution blade? Is his neck harder than immortal divine steel? A genius of the Wang family exclaimed. Even the elders of the Wang family were shocked. The guy who killed Wang Yang had such a strong physical body. It seemed like Wang Yang's death was not in vain. Wang Yang was young and frivolous. He was spoiled rotten by Wang Zhaotian. He was arrogant and looked down on the heroes of the world. Then, he kicked the iron plate that was Gu Fei and ended up dead. Show me what you got. Let's see if you guys can kill me. Gu Fei looked at the experts of the Wang family and said disdainfully. He had the eternal real bone and was not afraid of anyone in the heavenly god realm. Although Wang Zhaotian could capture him, it was impossible for him to kill him. The eternal real bone had devoured too much spiritual energy. The eternal power had been stimulated. Under the nourishment of the eternal essence, Gu Fei's flesh and bones were almost indestructible. It was impossible to kill Gu Fei with a mere emperor divine weapon. Roar! The clan elder roared in anger. Divine power surged from his body, and the shadow of a giant dragon appeared on his body. He stretched out his right hand, and the god-slaying saber that was sent flying immediately flew back to him, and he grabbed it in his hand. Kill! The elder of the Wang family held the peerless divine saber in his hand. He roared and slashed at Gu Fei's head. The saber light tore through the void. Gu Fei did not dodge. The god-slaying saber in the hands of the Wang family elder landed on Gu Fei's head like a bolt of lightning. Clang! This peerless divine saber that was said to be able to slay gods still couldn't cut through Gu Fei's skin and flesh. It couldn't even cut off a single hair on Gu Fei's body. The violent recoil caused countless cracks to appear on the bones of the Wang family elder's arms, which were holding onto the sabers. How is this possible? The elder of the Wang family was shocked to the extreme. He didn't even seem to feel the bones in his arms being shattered. His hand that was holding the saber was trembling, and blood kept seeping out from his arm. At this moment, even Wang Zhaotian, the head of the Wang family, was dumbfounded. He was the head of the Wang family. No one knew better than him how terrifying the god-slaying saber was. Even he did not dare to be hit by the god-slaying saber. This fellow's cultivation realm didn't seem to be very high, but this kind of divine physique was rare in the world. This kind of divine physique was simply comparable to the legendary indestructible divine physique. Kill! The elder of the Wang family who was holding the god-slaying saber roared. He wanted to attack again, but in the next moment, his arms exploded, and even his bones were crushed into powder. Clang! The god-slaying saber fell to the ground. Seeing this, everyone in the Wang family seemed to have turned into stone statues. The clan elder staggered backwards. Let me. A burly man who looked like an iron tower walked out. His voice was so loud that it made everyone's ears ring. Wang Tai, the Wang family Shen King who cultivated the cross-training technique. His divine physique was extremely strong, and the elder who was holding the god-slaying saber couldn't be compared to him. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw Wang Tai. There was no doubt that Wang Tai was powerful. His divine physique was strong enough to fight against the Shen King's weapon with his bare hands, and he could even fight against an emperor weapon. Big guy, It's already very impressive to be able to cultivate the cross-training technique to such an extent. Gu Fei smiled as he looked at Wang Tai, who was walking up the god-slaying stage. Humph, you can still smile when you're about to die? Wang Tai stepped onto the god-slaying stage and extended his right hand. The god-slaying saber on the ground immediately flew up from the ground, and he grabbed it in his hand. Wang. When the god-slaying saber was grabbed by Wang Tai, it let out a buzzing sound, and densely packed ancient divine markings appeared on the saber. A strong saber aura exploded from the god-slaying saber, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Everyone could feel the cold air invading their bodies. "Want to kill me? Let's see if you're capable of it." Gu Fei was still smiling. In the heavenly divine world, there was no existence that could threaten his life. "Kill." Wang Taiming roared furiously like a clap of thunder. At the same time, he had already chopped at Gu Fei's neck with all his might. Clang! The god-slaying saber in Wang Tai's hand slashed at Gu Fei's neck. In the next moment, he was dumbfounded. He felt a force coming from the saber, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. It was impossible for Wang Tai not to be shocked. His strength was simply a joke in front of Gu Fei. "I don't believe that I can't kill you." Wang Tai was furious. Divine power surged from his body, and his long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His violent aura was earth-shattering. He used all his might to activate the god-slaying saber in his hand, and the god-slaying saber continuously released more and more power. The surrounding void was filled with pitch-black spatial cracks. Go to hell. All of Wang Tai's strength was concentrated on this one slash. He directly slashed down at Gu Fei's head. Wang. The god-slaying saber hummed, and countless divine markings released an extremely terrifying saber aura. The saber radiance was extremely dazzling, and everywhere it passed, it destroyed the void. The power of the saber even made Wang Xiaoyan's expression change. Everyone in the Wang family watched anxiously, and even the family head, Wang Xiaotian, was a little nervous. However, something unbelievable happened. The eyes of all the spectating powerhouses from the Wang clan almost popped out of their sockets. Wang Tai's desperate slash was directly sent flying. Wang Tai's thick and strong arm actually had a bloody wound. These bloodstains quickly disappeared, as if they had never been there. The experts in the Wang family were extremely shocked. This guy was actually not afraid of the Emperor artifact. If the saber can't cut it, then burn it with fire. An elder of the Wang family roared. That's right. The experts in the Wang family nodded. Soon, an elder of the Wang family went to fetch a divine cauldron. In the divine cauldron, there was an almost transparent light purple divine fire. This was the 9-heaven purple fire, a kind of divine fire that was even more terrifying than the true Yang fire. Wang Xiaotian directly threw Gu Fei into the 9-heaven divine cauldron, wanting to burn Gu Fei into ashes and destroy him. When they saw Gu Fei sitting cross-legged in the 9-heaven divine cauldron, unharmed, Wang Xiaotian and the others couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Even the 9-heaven purple fire couldn't burn this guy to death? Rumble. The sound of wind and thunder came from the 9-heaven divine cauldron. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the sea of fire, letting the 9-heaven purple fire burn his body. The incomparably terrifying 9-heaven purple fire couldn't hurt him at all. On Gu Fei's right arm, the fire Qilin brand was shining, constantly devouring and refining the 9-heaven purple fire in the 9-heaven divine cauldron. The aura of a divine beast spread out from the 9-heaven divine cauldron. This made the people in the Wang family outside the 9-heaven divine cauldron look at each other in dismay. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The fire Qilin that Gu Fei subdued was devouring the 9-heaven purple fire in the 9-heaven divine cauldron to strengthen itself. This divine beast cultivation actually showed signs of breaking through to the Beast King realm. Time passed. Gu Fei was trapped in the 9-heaven divine cauldron for a full 3 days. The divine fire in the divine cauldron couldn't hurt Gu Fei at all. Instead, it gave the fire Qilin great benefits. This divine beast had successfully broken through to the Beast King realm. Even the heaven-locking divine chains on Gu Fei's body were burned red, and the divine runes inside showed signs of dissipating. This made the people in the Wang family incomparably nervous, and they hurriedly released Gu Fei. Haha, Gu Fei laughed. If fire doesn't work, then we'll poison this guy to death. A Wang family elder roared. Immediately, someone brought over an extremely poisonous item from the Wang family. They directly pried open Gu Fei's mouth and poured the poison into Gu Fei's body. However, Gu Fei acted as if nothing had happened. He even hummed a little tune, causing the experts in the Wang family to be speechless. Wang Zhaotian tried more than 10 different methods, yet he still couldn't kill Gu Fei. This caused everyone in the Wang family to feel incredulous. This guy's divine physique was simply undying. Is it truly the legendary undying divine physique? Wang Zhaotian mumbled to himself. He couldn't help but be moved. If he couldn't kill Gu Fei, the consequences would be dire. Once Gu Fei escaped, the Wang family would no longer have a day of peace. Break into the 9th level of the Ice and Fire Purgatory. Chapter 41:10. Unkillable. Yes, no one in the Wang family could do anything to Gu Fei because Gu Fei could not be killed. Whether it was the god-slaying blade that could kill god emperors or the 9 heavens divine furnace that could melt anything, none of them could harm a hair on Gu Fei, not even poison. The Wang family had the most terrifying corpse-rotting poison. When a god emperor fell, their corpses would corrode for countless years before rotting. During this process, the corpses would produce a terrifying poison. Even a god emperor would not dare to touch this kind of corpse-dissolving poison. A tiny bit of it could kill a god king, or even a god emperor. However, what stunned the Wang family was that this corpse-dissolving poison, which even a god emperor would not dare to touch, could not do anything to Gu Fei. Gu Fei's divine body could ignore everything. Even the strongest corpse-dissolving poison could not do anything to Gu Fei. The corpse-dissolving poison had been refined. Wang Zhaotian had no choice but to throw Gu Fei back into the 9th level of Ice and Fire Purgatory. You are the first person I've ever seen who came back alive. In the corner of the cell, the mysterious old man stared at Gu Fei and suddenly sighed. Those who were beaten into the 9th level of the Ice and Fire Purgatory would either die or be executed. No one had ever been beaten into the 9th level of the Ice and Fire Purgatory alive. What's so great about that? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. The Wang family could not kill you? Who are you? The mysterious old man was very curious. One had to know that the Wang family was a superforce with a god emperor. Their strength was only second to the 5 strongest forces of the southern divine region. This kind of ancient superfamily had deep foundations, but they could not kill Gu Fei. This shocked the mysterious old man. Are you a super demon who wreaks havoc in the southern divine region? Or a peerless heretic god who slaughters countless lives and uses them to cultivate? The mysterious old man said in shock. Haha, neither. Gu Fei laughed. Then who are you? The mysterious old man's curiosity was completely piqued. Didn't I say? I'm Gu Fei. Gu Fei shrugged. I don't know him. I've never heard of him. However, someone who was sent to the 9th level of the Ice-Fire Purgatory is definitely not a nobody. The mysterious old man said solemnly as he stared at Gu Fei. You've probably been locked up for too long, Gu Fei said. At this time, his breastbone was glowing. He had already seen the various methods of the Wang clan. Now, it was time to let the Wang clan experience his own methods. He circulated the power of eternity contained within his eternal true bone, and as the power of eternity gathered on his sternum, a saber shadow appeared on his ferocious bone. The mysterious old man suddenly sensed an aura that made even his soul tremble from Gu Fei's body. This caused him to be inexplicably shocked. This aura wasn't very strong, but it made the mysterious old man feel suffocated. Boom! In the next moment, a strong wave of divine power rushed out of the mysterious old man's body. A ball of bloody light exploded from his body and enveloped him. However, at the same time, 9 divine seals appeared on the mysterious old man's body and forcefully suppressed the explosive power in his body. Roar! The mysterious old man roared angrily. A bloody gaze shot out of his eyes and was dozens of meters long. Old geezer Blood Emperor, you're not dead yet? Just then, an old voice came from afar. The 9th level of the purgatory was a huge underground space. It was very big, but there weren't many people imprisoned here. Along with the old voice, there was the sound of metal chains colliding. I'm Blood Emperor. Ha 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 ha, I remember now. I'm the invincible Blood Emperor. The mysterious old man laughed loudly. The entire ninth purgatory shook. This guy has been imprisoned for too long. Has he gone crazy? Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Gu Fei thought to himself, the 9 seals on this guy's body are really impressive. After the Blood Emperor acted ruthlessly for a while, the billowing power that exploded in his body was suppressed by the 9 seals on his body. The Blood Emperor became a skinny old man again. Old geezer Blood, don't waste your energy. The old voice suddenly sighed and said in a deep voice, Who's that? Gu Fei was curious. However, he couldn't care less now. The eternal power of the eternal real bone had reached a point where it had to be used. Slash. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He exerted his strength, and an immortal saber light immediately rushed out of his chest and slashed the heaven-locking god chains that were entangled on his body. Swoosh. Wherever the saber light passed, it was like a knife cutting through tofu. The heaven-locking god chains were broken by the saber light. Then, the saber light disappeared into the void. After Gu Fei used the saber, his face turned pale and he looked exhausted. This was the first time he actively used the power of the eternal real bone. With his current cultivation, it was still a little difficult for him to actively use the power of the eternal real bone. Gu Fei felt like he was about to collapse. At this time, the entire heaven-locking divine chain dimmed and fell from his body, falling to the ground. The old man named Blood Emperor in the corner saw this and his eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. That was the Wang family's Emperor divine weapon, the heaven-locking god chains. How could it be destroyed just like that? The Wang family's heaven-locking god chains, god-slaying blade and ice and fire purgatory were famous in the southern divine region. However, the Wang family was about to lose this treasure. Just as Gu Fei used the eternal power to condense the saber aura and slash the heaven-locking god chains, Wang Zhaotian, who was sitting on the peak of a sacred mountain in the Wang family's ancestral grounds, opened his eyes. How is this possible? Wang Zhaotian was in disbelief. He stood up abruptly and took a step forward. In an instant, he appeared in the sky above the ice and fire purgatory. Patriarch is here again. The prison warden who was guarding the ice and fire purgatory hurried over. However, Wang Zhaotian didn't even look at the prison warden as he dashed into the ice and fire purgatory directly. The ice and fire purgatory was a place where the power of ice and fire interweaved. Moreover, it was shrouded in poisonous fog all year round. Even the prison wardens didn't dare to go down there often. Moreover, even if the prison wardens didn't go down to the purgatory, they had to take anti-poison elixirs every once in a while to avoid being corroded by the poisonous fog. So fast, Gu Fei sat on the ground and was absorbing the surrounding ice and fire essence energy. However, at this moment, he raised his head and saw a figure descending from the sky and landing in front of him. Wang family's son, why aren't you kneeling down and greeting your ancestor? The old man Blood Emperor looked at the person coldly, and there was a crimson light flickering in the depth of his eyes. A mere blood demon wants me to kneel down? Chapter 41:11. Gu Fei used the eternal real bone, condensed the eternal power into a blade light, and cut off the heaven-locking divine chains that were wrapped around his body. However, the heaven-locking divine chains were closely related to Wang Zhaotian, the head of the Wang family. The heaven-locking divine chains were attached to a wisp of his divine consciousness. Hence, Wang Zhaotian rushed over immediately. When Wang Zhaotian saw the two halves of the heaven-locking divine chain beside Gu Fei, he almost went crazy. This guy actually destroyed the Wang clan's supreme treasure. What? Eat my fist. Gu Fei abruptly stood up from the ground. He clenched his right hand and threw a punch at Wang Zhaotian. The violent fist force shook the surrounding space. As Gu Fei punched, the 9th level of purgatory of ice and fire started to shake. Many divine inscriptions appeared in the surrounding void. Every divine inscription released a powerful divine power that suppressed the 9th level of purgatory. Bam! Wang Zhaotian extended his right hand and directly grabbed Gu Fei's fist. Following a muffled sound of impact, Wang Zhaotian's right sleeve was directly shattered and his entire body swayed a little. Wang Zhaotian was shocked. This guy's strength seemed to have increased. How is this possible? Even an emperor god wouldn't be able to cultivate normally after being shackled by the heaven-locking divine chains. Could it be that this guy could still cultivate and increase his cultivation while being shackled by the heaven-locking divine chains? Wang Zhaotian's hand that was grabbing Gu Fei's right fist shook, and a powerful force exploded from his hand. In the next instant, the two figures separated. Wang Zhaotian couldn't help but be shocked, especially since Gu Fei could actually destroy the heaven-locking divine chains. How did he do it? Buzz. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this guy. He immediately used his eternal fist. Although it was just a starting stance, it caused the surrounding void to shake. An invincible fist intent spread from Gu Fei's body. Seeing that, Wang Zhaotian's pupils involuntarily contracted. He actually couldn't see any flaws in the technique that his opponent had displayed. Was this a kind of supreme heavenly skill that had no flaws? Kill. Gu Fei struck out with the first fist of the Eternal Fist. His fist felt as though the heavens and earth were collapsing. The void before his fist directly cracked apart, forming a series of pitch-black spatial cracks. This punch contained all of Gu Fei's comprehension of martial arts. All cultivation methods and secret techniques could not compare to this punch. Damn it! It was difficult for Wang Zhaotian to find an opening, and he had no way of dodging. He could only brace himself and face the attack head-on. His divine ring flew out from the back of his head and blocked the attack. The divine ring released an extremely powerful ripple of divine power, which instantly collided with Gu Fei's fist. Bam! Gotcha! Gu Fei stood still like a mountain, but the divine ring that flew out from the back of Wang Zhaotian's head was blasted away. There were many cracks on it, as though it could break at any time. Wang Zhaotian felt as though he was struck by lightning, and he retreated immediately. This little guy is incredible. The skinny old man who called himself Blood Emperor saw the scene and his eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. Wang Zhaotian was an emperor god, and he was only one step away from breaking through the void and ascending to the upper world. How could he be repelled by a punch from this little guy? This guy was only in the true god realm. The fighting power that Gu Fei displayed was too nature-defying. An emperor god is an emperor god after all. Gu Fei sighed. This fellow was actually able to block a punch from him. If it was a divine emperor, this punch of his would probably be able to blast that divine emperor into pieces. An emperor god was the strongest existence in the heaven god realm. With Gu Fei's current cultivation and fighting power, he could only barely fight with one. The strongest fist skill needed the strongest power to activate it. If his power couldn't keep up, no matter how nature-defying Gu Fei's punch was, it would be useless. Boom! Wang Zhaotian was furious. He stomped on the ground and pounced at Gu Fei. As he waved his hands, there were divine blades that slashed at Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei's body shook and a ball of divine light surged from his body. The divine blade, which seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth, directly chopped down on his protective divine light and directly shattered in the void. Heavenly Hand. Gu Fei used his self-created supreme fighting skill. The next moment, a huge hand appeared in the void like an immortal mountain. It pushed forward, and wherever it passed, the void was annihilated and turned into nothingness. Wang Zhaotian was sent flying again. He couldn't believe it. How did this guy become so powerful all of a sudden? Wang Zhaotian didn't expect Gu Fei to have the eternal real bone. It was the strongest real bone that could swallow all the essence in heaven and earth. When he sent Gu Fei into the ice and fire purgatory, it was no doubt that he had thrown Gu Fei into a paradise filled with spiritual energy. To others, the power of ice and fire that contained poison was refined and swallowed by Gu Fei. Wang Zhaotian was sent flying by Gu Fei's heavenly hand. His clothes were tattered, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked extremely pathetic. Then, there were strong figures that descended from the sky. The experts from Wang family had arrived. Blood Emperor, it's time for you to take revenge. As Gu Fei spoke, He waved his right hand and 9 rays of eternal divine light gushed out from his hand and hit the skinny old man instantly. The next moment, the 9 seals on the old man Blood Emperor broke at the same time. Ha ha! The Blood Emperor laughed maniacally and boundless blood gushed out from his body. His scrawny body expanded like a balloon. In an instant, the scrawny old man turned into a tall and muscular middle-aged man with black hair. The violent fluctuation of power that erupted from Blood Emperor shook heaven and earth. The experts from Wang family saw it, and their faces grew grave. Little brat, thank you. Blood Emperor was extremely excited. He had never expected that he would be able to leave the purgatory alive. Come here. Blood Emperor extended his right hand and grabbed at the group of experts from Wang clan. There was a heaven-devouring power that immediately spread out from his palm. A few experts from Wang family flew up involuntarily and flew towards Blood Emperor's hand. Don't be presumptuous. An elder from Wang family roared in rage and slashed at Blood Emperor with his saber. It was God-slaying saber. When there was a saber light, even Blood Emperor had to retreat. Swoosh! The saber light from God-slaying saber slashed past Blood Emperor and left a long mark on the ground. Blood God's shadow. Blood Emperor roared, and his entire body became blurry. There were shadows that appeared in the universe, and it was as though an army had appeared in the boundless crimson light. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. Chapter 41:12. Although Gu Fei was forced into the cycle of reincarnation by the first primogenitor, his flesh, bones, and tendons were all reduced to that of an ordinary mortal. Only his breastbone still retained a trace of eternal divinity. After relentless cultivation, the eternal essence within Gu Fei's breastbone grew stronger and stronger. This was especially so after he devoured the origin energy of heaven and earth in the immortal martial realm. The eternal true bone in his chest had completely recovered. Under the nourishment of eternal energy, Gu Fei's martial body gradually grew stronger and stronger. Every single move he made contained unimaginable strength. Although his cultivation base was only at the mid-stage of the true God realm, his martial body could fight against a divine emperor. The Wang clan's ice and fire purgatory, after being silent for countless years, suddenly started to move again, causing the entire purgatory to tremble. What's going on? The countless prison guards all rushed out in fear. At this moment, the terrifying power of ice and fire gushed out from the purgatory, splitting the entire sky into 2 different colors. One side of the sky seemed to be on fire. Half of the sky seemed to be covered by endless divine fire. Every inch of the void was filled with divine fire. The terrifying heat spread out, and countless flowers and trees quickly withered and withered. On the other side, the sky was ice blue. A terrifying chill spread out, and the void seemed to condense. Half of the world had turned into a world of ice and snow. The prison guards were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Some of them were instantly enveloped by the divine flames, screaming in pain as they were incinerated into ashes. As for the prison guards on the other side, they were instantly turned into ice sculptures by the surging power of ice. Their souls disintegrated. Roar! That prison guard roared in rage and directly soared up into the sky, breaking through the boundless fire chi as he rushed out. The divine light on the prison guard's body shattered unceasingly. That was the final burst of divine light from the prison guard's protective divine treasure. When the final protective treasure was destroyed by the power of ice and fire, the prison guard finally rushed out of the area enveloped by the power of ice and fire. Ha ha ha! All the prison guards were dead, and he was the only one who managed to escape. Naturally, he was overjoyed. But in the next instant, the smile on his face disappeared. How can this be? A horrified expression appeared on the jailer's face. In the next moment, his skin and flesh turned ice blue and shattered in the void. At this time, the Wang family's ancestral land's protective formation had already been activated. A huge ball of divine light directly enveloped the entire area. A dozen or so powerful auras of the divine Tao erupted from various parts of the Wang family ancestral ground as a series of powerful figures emerged, each of them exuding a wisp of imperial qi. These people were either half-step god emperors or the peerless Shen king who carried an emperor weapon. This was the confidence of the Wang family. A total of 15 absolute experts. 6 of them were half-step god emperors. The rest were peak Shen king. The aura that erupted from every single one of the figures was earth-shattering, especially the 6 figures that had ancient divine runes circling around their bodies. It was as if they were divine emperors from the 9 heavens, suppressing the universe all by themselves. 6 such existences appeared at the same time, causing the entire world to become very unstable. Everyone in the Wang family's ancestral ground felt an incomparable pressure. That's great-granduncle. He's still alive. An old man with white hair and beard looked at a white-haired young man in the sky and exclaimed in astonishment. It was a white-haired Shen king. His white robe was fluttering in the wind. Celestial lotuses would appear under his feet with every step he took. An existence like him could shatter a planet with a flick of his finger. Isn't that the legendary old ancestor Wang Xuanji? Someone recognized an old ancestor of the Wang family. He was a middle-aged half-step god emperor with a tall and muscular build. His divine body was in peak condition. Wang Xuanji was a peerless genius from the Wang family tens of thousands of years ago. He possessed the legendary chaotic divine body and cultivated the primal chaos immortal art. Back then, he had swept across the entire southern divine region. However, even though Wang Xuanji possessed a heaven-defying divine body, he had lost to the other most outstanding genius of the southern divine region at that time. Even to this day, he was still unable to take that half-step to become a god emperor. And the person who defeated Wang Xuanji was the current southern heaven god emperor, Xian Kuan. Cough cough. Wang Xuanji coughed a few times as a trace of redness appeared on his face. After the redness faded, his face appeared to be sickly pale. If that's the case, why would there be such a huge commotion in the ice and fire purgatory? Wang Xuanji seemed to be muttering to himself. Old ancestor, we don't know what happened either. The patriarch has already entered the purgatory. An elder of the Wang family said hurriedly. Wang Zhaotian has entered the purgatory? Wang Xuanji was a little surprised. The patriarch entering the purgatory was no small matter. The prisoners imprisoned in the Wang family's ice and fire purgatory were no ordinary prisoners. Meanwhile, a scarlet dragon and a black dragon were colliding in the sky above the purgatory. The violent power of ice and fire spread in all directions. These 2 beasts have already fallen for countless years, yet they are still entangled with each other. An old ancestor of the Wang family exclaimed. The scarlet dragon and the black dragon in the sky were not real ancient creatures, but 2 undying wills. They had been entangled with each other for countless years. Even after their deaths, it still did not end. They were the ancient fire dragon and the frost poison dragon in the ancient era. Both the fire dragon and the frost poison dragon had extremely poisonous dragon breaths. A single breath from them was enough to kill countless living beings. Destroying a city and destroying a country was nothing to these 2 poison dragons of the primordial era. An adult frost poison dragon could devour the sun and moon. A single breath from them could freeze the galaxy. Roar! At that instant, a beastly roar could be heard coming from deep within the Wang family's ancestral ground. The entire place began to tremble. An extremely terrifying aura burst out from deep within the Wang family's ancestral ground. Even the progenitor of the Wang family, Wang Xuanji, was startled hearing the roar. Following this, the figure of a terrifying beast appeared in the sky. Even it was startled? An elder of the Wang family exclaimed in astonishment. Bang! At that moment, a loud explosion suddenly rang out from the purgatory. The entire ground shook violently as the surrounding mountains collapsed. Dust filled the air as if doomsday had arrived. A blood-colored demonic light burst out from the purgatory and dispersed the 2 dragon silhouettes in the sky. Blood demon? Wang Xuanji could not help but frown when he sensed the terrifying aura erupting from the purgatory. He was no stranger to this aura. Haha, Wang Xuanji, I know you're here. Do you dare to come down and fight me? An insolent laughter rang out from the purgatory. Why wouldn't I dare? Wang Xuanji chuckled before taking a step forward. He completely ignored the power of ice and fire erupting from the purgatory and appeared in the sky above the purgatory. Profound sky progenitor. The surrounding experts of the Wang family were taken aback when they saw this. At that moment, Wang Xuanji walked straight into the purgatory of ice and fire. Soon, an even more intense wave of divine power spread out from the purgatory. It was obvious that Wang Xuanji and the expert in the purgatory were fighting. At that moment, in the 9th level of the purgatory, Gu Fei threw out one punch after another. The seemingly ordinary fist technique had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. No matter what Wang Zhaotian, the patriarch of the Wang family, used, Gu Fei only had that one punch. It seemed to be the same punch, but it could directly destroy Wang Zhaotian's divine ability and great skill. So what if you're a god emperor? You're just a... Gu Fei said disdainfully. Although Wang Zhaotian was a god emperor, he was still suppressed by him. This was the embodiment of absolute power. So what if you're a god emperor? As long as I'm strong enough, I can kill you with one punch. You? Wang Zhaotian was shocked and angry, but he couldn't do anything. Gu Fei was too strong. He couldn't do anything to Gu Fei even with all his divine power. At that moment, Blood Emperor's cultivation was recovering rapidly. A power that wasn't weaker than Wang Zhaotian's erupted from the old man's body. The entire purgatory was shaken by the power that erupted from Blood Emperor's body. If it wasn't for the layers of formations suppressing the entire purgatory, it would have been destroyed long ago. Brother Blood Emperor, can you help me? At that moment, an old voice was heard from afar. Hee, do you want me to let you go? What's in it for me? Blood Emperor laughed hideously. I know a place with a divine medicine. The voice said, Divine medicine? Blood Emperor's eyes lit up. All right, deal. Then, Blood Emperor dashed in the direction where the voice came from. Soon, a long roar was heard from afar. The voice soared into the sky and shook the heavens. At the same time, Blood Demon, who was also Blood Emperor, had recovered half of his cultivation. The Blood Emperor was extremely powerful. Although he had only recovered half of his cultivation, the vigorous vital energy and blood that erupted from his body rushed out of purgatory. At that moment, Blood Emperor suddenly felt the aura of an enemy. Wang Xuanji, do you dare to come down and fight? Blood Emperor lifted his head and said proudly, Why not? A voice was heard from above purgatory. At the next moment, a figure descended from the sky. A strong pressure came down from the sky, and there were pitch-black space cracks in the void. Wang Xuanji, a white-haired old man who looked like a lion, who was standing next to Blood Emperor, looked at the person who had landed in front of them in shock. Blood Emperor, Lion Emperor, come at me together. Cough, cough. The person looked over in disdain. As he coughed, his face seemed to have turned paler. Haha, Wang Xuanji, you were severely injured in the battle back then. It seems like you haven't recovered yet. You still dare to be so arrogant in front of us? Lion Emperor said with a cold smirk. The battle between Wang Xuanji and South Heaven God Emperor back then had shocked the world. Everyone knew about it. Cut the crap, come and accept your death. Wang Xuanji placed his hands behind his back and said calmly, Since you're so eager to die, we'll fulfill your wish. Blood Emperor and Lion Emperor exchanged glances and attacked at the same time. Chapter 41:13. Below the 9th level of the Wang family's purgatory of ice and fire, the Blood Emperor and the Lion Emperor were facing off against Wang Xuanji. 3 powerful energy waves spread out, and the entire 9th level of purgatory shook. Cracks appeared on the ground, and ancient divine runes appeared on the ground. The cracked ground was constantly repairing and reforming as if it had never cracked in the first place. The Wang family's purgatory of ice and fire was the best in the southern divine region. The peerless experts of the Wang family would constantly strengthen the purgatory's restrictive spells. For countless years, the purgatory of ice and fire had been covered with countless restrictive spells. Even if a god emperor wanted to destroy this ice-fire purgatory, it would be absolutely impossible. One had to know that the Wang family had an emperor every generation, and they had more than a dozen god-emperor level formations. Every formation could stop a god-emperor level expert. Some peerless killing formations could even kill emperors. This was the confidence of the Wang family of the southern divine region. Only those ascenders who shattered the void had the ability to destroy this purgatory. However, ascenders shattered the void and were about to step into the higher realms, so no one would specifically target the Wang family. Also, it had been a long time since anyone in the heavenly god realm had shattered the void and ascended. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Gu Fei rushed over from afar and directly punched Wang Xuanji. The powerful fist force directly collapsed the void, and the countless divine runes that emerged in the void were directly shattered. At this time, the power of Gu Fei's martial body had reached a level where he could compete with a god emperor. It would not be easy for a god emperor to defeat him. When he punched, the heaven and earth shook, and the power even made the world lose color. When one's strength reached a certain level, it would be able to destroy everything in its path. A single punch from Gu Fei was able to destroy all mystic arts. Any divine art, great art, or even formation could not withstand a single blow from absolute power. Seeing Gu Fei's punch, Wang Xuanji couldn't help but be moved. He directly formed a divine seal with his hand and pressed it forward. Roar! An incomparably shocking dragon roar rang out, and a dragon-shaped divine light directly rushed out from the outstanding divine seals in Wang Xuanji's hands, colliding with Gu Fei's fist. This was the secret art of the Wang clan, the Great Dragon Seal. The Wang family had the bloodline of the Dragon Clan and also grasped some of the Dragon Clan's divine abilities. Boom! With a muffled sound, the void between the two suddenly collapsed inward. But in the next moment, the collapsed void suddenly expanded and directly collapsed. A wave of energy spread out from between the two, and a black hole appeared between them. The black hole was surrounded by countless black spatial cracks. The two of them completely ignored the spatial cracks and directly charged at each other. Bam! Boom! Gu Fei and Wang Xuanji exchanged several moves in an instant, and the two figures instantly separated. 3 fist marks appeared on Wang Xuanji's body, while Gu Fei was tightly entangled by a golden dragon, unable to break free for a while. Bam! 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 3 muffled sounds came from Wang Xuanji's body. In the next moment, the place where he was punched had 3 penetrating bloody holes. Wang Xuanji groaned and his body shook as he took half a step back. Break! At the same time, Gu Fei roared and struggled with all his might. The golden dragon that was entangled on his body broke into a dozen pieces and disappeared into the void. What? Blood Emperor and Lion Emperor were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. Your opponent is me. Just then, a furious roar came from the sky. In the next moment, a huge hand slammed down at Gu Fei from the sky. The violent power instantly sealed the area. Gu Fei lifted his head to look at the huge hand that was descending from the sky. He only smiled and didn't dodge. Boom! There was a loud bang and dust flew. Gu Fei was slammed into the ground by the huge hand, and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. This, Blood Emperor and Lion Emperor were shocked to the extreme when they saw it. They had been imprisoned in the 9th floor of Purgatory for countless years, and their cultivation had been weakened by more than half. Although they could recover to Emperor God realm, they were still incomparable to Wang Zhaotian, who was a beginner Emperor God. Roar! There was a deep roar, and the next moment, the palm-shaped pit exploded and a figure dashed out from it. Gu Fei died. Wang Zhaotian was shocked and furious. Gu Fei injured old ancestor Xuanji severely. How is that possible? Haha! Gu Fei let out a hearty laugh and instantly retreated. Vroom! Countless sword gleams descended from the sky, directly slicing the void where Gu Fei was originally at into countless black spatial cracks. Where are you going? Wang Zhaotian roared and chased after him. Every time he swung his arm, there would be a shocking sword rainbow that dashed out from his hand and slashed forward. Wang Xuanji, you're dead this time. Blood Emperor stared at Wang Xuanji and said with a hideous smile. Gu Fei had injured Wang Xuanji severely. It was a good thing for Blood Emperor and Lion Emperor. Wang Xuanji was once a peerless genius of the southern divine region. He had once fought with southern heaven god Emperor Xin Kuan for the throne. Even though he was not a real god emperor, he was not far from it. Kill. The Lion Emperor made his move immediately. A huge beast rushed out from his body and pounced towards Gu Fei with shocking might. It was a giant lion. The Lion Emperor was a ferocious lion that attained the Tao. 30,000 years ago, this ferocious lion went berserk and directly massacred more than a dozen human cities, killing more than 100 million humans. This alerted the Wang family's patriarch at that time. He was captured and sent to the 9th layer of purgatory of ice and fire for 30,000 years. Although the Wild Lion clan was powerful, the Wang family of that generation had an incredible person who was known as the Emperor of Emperors. He was so powerful that he almost unified the southern divine region. Even Lion Emperor was not a match for the incredible person from the Wang family, let alone the Wild Lion clan. Blade in a thought. With just a thought, Wang Xuanji's entire body actually blossomed with blade light. In the next moment, he instantly transformed into a dazzling ray of blade light that shot towards the Lion Emperor. What? The Lion the Arch was taken aback. He only saw the saber light slicing through the void and flashing past his body. His consciousness instantly sank into endless darkness, and he died just like that. Bam! Lion Emperor's body landed heavily on the ground. The next moment, the wild lion revealed his true form. A wild lion that was bigger than a hill appeared in the 9th layer of purgatory. Someone as strong as Lion Emperor could not even take a single slash from Wang Xuanji. Seeing this, Blood Emperor was extremely shocked. Lion Emperor's cultivation was not weaker than his, yet he was killed by Wang Xuanji with a single slash. Wang Xuanji was merely a half-step emperor god, and he was severely injured by Gu Fei. He even had a hidden injury. However, the fighting power that he displayed shocked even Blood Emperor. The saber light dissipated and Wang Xuanji's figure appeared. He staggered and almost fell as a stream of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The shocking slash earlier almost condensed all his divine power. Haha, you were just an arrow at the end of its flight. I want your life. Blood Emperor roared. Boundless Crimson Sea. Blood Emperor gave it his all and performed his strongest killer move right from the start. Rumble. Boundless crimson light burst out from Blood Emperor's body. Blood Emperor's figure instantly disappeared in the crimson light, and a violent power shrouded the entire universe. It was as though a crimson world had appeared in the universe. The protective formation of the entire 9th layer of purgatory was activated. Huge shadows appeared in the void, and there was a total of 31 of them. This was the sign of the awakening of the power that the ancestors of the Wang family had placed on purgatory. The power of 31 emperor gods gathered together, and it was a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. Then, Blood Emperor activated Blood God territory with all his might. However, at the very next moment, Wang Xuanji transformed into a blade light and broke through the layers of Crimson Sea. He killed a figure that was hidden in the Crimson Sea. The powerful Blood Emperor had died just like that. He killed an emperor god like he was killing a chicken. Such fighting power was really terrifying. The boundless Crimson Sea started to dissipate. The power of Wang Xuanji's blade of thought was too nature-defying. It could kill a real emperor god. Although Lion Emperor and Blood Emperor were strong, they were still killed by his slash. Of course, Lion Emperor and Blood Emperor had been imprisoned in the 9th layer of purgatory for countless years. Their cultivation had been reduced, and they were far from their peak. Humph! Wang Xuanji sneered and opened his mouth. The boundless Crimson Sea immediately gathered towards him, and he swallowed it into his body. Soon, a layer of crimson light appeared on Wang Xuanji's body. The 3 bloody holes that Gu Fei blasted on his body started to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, right at this moment, a figure descended from the sky, and with a boom, it directly smashed in front of Wang Xuanji. Wang Xuanji was shocked. He quickly looked and saw that the person who landed in front of him was Wang Zhaotian, the current patriarch of Wang family. Emperor God? Justice so. Gu Fei's voice came from the sky. He walked down step by step with his hands behind his back. Wang Xuanji lifted his head to look at Gu Fei, and his pupils contracted. Emperor gods are really nothing, Wang Xuanji said indifferently. At this moment, Gu Fei had already landed in front of Wang Xuanji. You shouldn't have attacked here. Wang Xuanji stared at Gu Fei and said coldly, Is that so? Gu Fei lifted his head to look at the 31 figures in the sky. He was still calm. Looks like you can see it too. I'll send you on your way then, Wang Xuanji said as he gestured with his right hand. The 31 figures in the sky immediately rushed together and turned into an immortal saber light that slashed at Gu Fei. This was a blade condensed from the power of the 31 ancestors of the Wang clan. Even an ascender would be shaken when facing this blade. Under this blade, any emperor-level powerhouse would be killed. Chapter 41:14. Wang family's Wang Xuanji was able to compete with the Southern Heaven God Emperor for the chance to become an emperor. His divine body and talent were naturally unparalleled and heaven-defying. However, the Southern Heaven God Emperor won by half a move and successfully broke through the shackles of cultivation to become a God Emperor. Wang Xuanji, on the other hand, returned with serious injuries. There were even rumors that Wang Xuanji had died in battle. Since then, there seemed to be no news of him in the cultivation world. Wang Xuanji was undoubtedly very unlucky. It was rare for two geniuses with the potential to become emperors to appear in the southern divine region at the same time. In the heavenly god realm, there was a cycle every 3,000 years. In other words, one could only become an emperor every 3,000 years. Because becoming an emperor would cause the heavenly law to become chaotic, it would take 3,000 years for the heavenly law to recover, 3,000 years to become an emperor, 10,000 years to become a hierarch. But now, forget 10,000 years, not even a single hierarch had appeared in 50,000 or 100,000 years. Hierarch Paksu was in existence above God Emperor. He could shatter the void and ascend to the higher realm. In the heavenly god realm, Hierarch Paksu was the strongest existence. At this moment, the surroundings of the Wang family's purgatory of ice and fire were densely packed with people. Banners were fluttering everywhere. It was the Wang family's army. Several million divine soldiers formed a battle formation and surrounded the purgatory. Their murderous intent soared to the sky, and even heaven execution paled. Within the formation of the army of God, huge divine beasts were lying quietly in the void. There was an extremely powerful divine general standing or sitting on each of the divine beasts. This divine army could definitely fight a god emperor. One should know that the power of several million soldiers gathered together was definitely a peerless power. Standing at the front of the divine army were 5 existences shrouded in emperor aura. They were the 5 great half-step god emperors of the Wang family. Their status was second only to the patriarch, Wang Zhaotian. However, even Wang Zhaotian had to behave himself in front of these 5 half-step god emperors. He didn't dare to act rashly because these 5 half-step god emperors had the power to fight a god emperor. Moreover, these 5 half-step god emperors had a higher seniority in the Wang family than Wang Zhaotian. Of course, in a cultivation clan that had existed for countless years, seniority was not important. What they valued was power, peerless power. Without power, there would be nothing. Behind the 5 great half-step god emperors stood the 9 great Shin King. These 9 great Shin Kings were all peak Shin Kings. Every single one of them was a domineering existence that could sweep away an entire region. The heritage of the Wang family was more than that. In the depths of the Wang family's ancestral land, there was a powerful creature that even Wang Xuanji would be moved by. The reason why the Wang family of the southern divine region had been able to survive for so many years was not because of luck, but because of true strength. Only with great strength could the Wang family continue to exist. The disturbance in the ice and fire purgatory alarmed all the experts in the Wang family's ancestral land. What happened in purgatory? Among the 5 half-step god emperors, the leader was an old man with a stocky build. He was extremely ferocious as he stared at purgatory in front of him and said solemnly. He was like an ancient beast, with a violent and powerful force hidden in his body. If this force were to explode, it would be able to destroy the world. It seems to be related to a person called Gu Fei. A masked woman in white said. She was the only female half-step god emperor of the Wang family, Wang Xian. Gu Fei? Who is it? Is there another peerless devil in the southern divine region? The old man frowned and said, "Even if there was a devil in the southern divine region, it should not be the Wang family's turn to take action." The southern divine region was currently the world of the 5 super forces. If there was any danger in the southern divine region, it would be the 5 super forces problem. Reporting to Old Ancestor, that is just a god that Lord Patriarch used the heaven-locking divine chains to capture. An elder of the Wang family carefully stood out and said, "What?" The 5 half-step god emperors were shocked. They could kill a puny god with a single breath. They could destroy his human Tao with a single thought. Patriarch Wang Zhaotian was a god emperor. Patriarch actually had to use the heaven-locking divine chains to capture that person? How could this be possible? It was too unbelievable. That is not an ordinary god. It is the legendary undying god. The elder's voice trembled with nervousness as he spoke. Undying god? The 5 half-step god emperors were shocked again. Since ancient times, there were legends of undying gods in the heavenly god realm. However, no one had ever seen an undying god. Some people thought that it was just a legend. Were there really undying gods in this world? Even a god emperor could fall, let alone a true god? A true god was the lowest level of god in the heavenly god realm. The legendary undying god broke the iron law of cultivation in the heavenly god realm. As a true god, he was invincible in the heavenly god realm and defeated all god emperors. If Hierarch Paksu did not appear, who could compete with him? Is he really an undying god? How is this possible? This is just a legend. The 5 half-step god emperors did not believe it. They thought it was just a legend. Legends were illusory. Most of them were groundless and could not be trusted. Boom! Just as everyone was in shock, a fist broke through the 9 levels of purgatory and punched out. The violent power spread out, and in the next moment, the entire purgatory was collapsing. One after another, the 9 levels of purgatory collapsed in the void. This was an indestructible punch. Anything that stood in front of the fist would be destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The 5 half-step god emperors and the higher-ups of the Wang family were stunned. The ice and fire purgatory that had existed for countless years was actually going to be destroyed by a punch from the inside? Even if a peak god emperor attacked with his full strength, it was impossible to destroy this purgatory. Moreover, the power of a peak god emperor might not be able to produce such a powerful punch. At the same time, a figure flew out from the collapsing purgatory. He was covered in blood, and his hair was disheveled. He was coughing blood nonstop. Mysterious Sky Ancestor? When the Wang family's elders saw that person, they couldn't help being startled. So this is how powerful Blade Thought is. A voice was heard. Then, a figure walked out from the collapsing purgatory step by step with his hands behind his back. He was surrounded by 2 god orbs. He was none other than Gu Fei. Wang Xuanji drew upon the power of purgatory to unleash that earth-shattering slash, and directly chopped at Gu Fei's chest. The invincible blade light that seemed to be able to slash through everything actually disappeared in an instant. That was a slash that gathered the power of over 30 ancestors of the Wang family. How could this guy break it just like that? Only Wang Xuanji knew how powerful and terrifying his slash was. He could even kill the Southern Heaven God Emperor with a single slash. However, this slash of his could not even deal with a true god. Undying god? These words suddenly popped up in Wang Xuanji's mind. However, before he could think further, Gu Fei had already sent him flying out from the 9 levels of purgatory. The entire ice and fire purgatory was shattered by the punch. What was invincible? This was invincible. At this moment, Gu Fei stood in the air with his hands behind his back. 2 dragon orbs were flying around him. One of them was like a divine sun in the sky, emitting blazing fire elemental energy. The other god orb was emitting chilling energy. The space around the god orb seemed to have frozen. The power of ice and fire collided, causing the entire world to tremble. It's the dragon orbs of the 2 primordial evil dragons. One of the half-emperors of the Wang family, Wang Xian, exclaimed, "He's not afraid of the poison of ice and fire." The other half-emperor of the Wang family stared at Gu Fei and exclaimed in astonishment, One had to know that even they did not dare to get too close to the two primordial evil dragons in the 9th level of Purgatory. Boom. At this moment, a blade of light descended from the sky and ruthlessly slashed at the light barrier that enveloped the entire Wang family's ancestral ground. A violent energy exploded, causing the entire light barrier to shake violently. Countless diagrams emerged on the light barrier and interweaved into ancient divine diagrams. They gathered a great amount of divine energy and blocked the blade of light. "Boss, I'm here to save you." A loud shout resounded. In the distant sky, a fat man in a Taoist robe appeared. He carried a big halberd and stood on the clouds, looking majestic. This guy was the weirdo that Gu Fei had met before, the fatty who claimed to be the lord of the divine realm. This guy, Gu Fei glanced at the fatty and did not say anything. However, his eyes lit up. This damn fatty really dared to attack the ancestral ground of the Wang family. He was really courageous. Someone go and kill him. The old man, Wang Wei, stared at the fatty and said in a deep voice, "I'll go." A young Shun king among the 9 Shun kings walked out. "Be careful." Wang Wei glanced at the Shun king and said, "Yes, ancestor." The Shun king nodded and said. Then, he opened the great formation that protected the ancestral ground and walked out. "Little guy, you've got guts. You actually dared to cause trouble in the ancestral ground of the Wang family." The Shun king stared at the fatty and said with a hideous smile. A powerful emperor's aura spread out from his body, making it hard for everyone to breathe. "Tisk, it's just a small cultivation family. If my cultivation can recover to its peak, I can destroy your Wang family with one slap." The fatty said disdainfully, "Is that so? I don't know if you can destroy my Wang family, but I know that you're going to die soon." The Shun king stared at the fatty and said coldly, "Haha, bring it on then." The fatty who carried the big halberd laughed and said, "Go to hell." The celestial emperor was enraged. He immediately sent a palm strike at the fatty. His powerful divine strength crushed everything in his way. It was terrifying. The fatty sneered and shook the big halberd in his hand. A force immediately burst out from the big halberd in his hand. Boom. The two forces collided. It was like two divine suns colliding. It was like the end of the world. Chapter 41:15. The Wang family had 6 half-emperors and 9 peak Shun king experts. This was a powerful force that could sweep the entire southern divine region, not to mention the millions of soldiers in the Wang family. There were probably only a few god emperors in the entire southern divine region who dared to attack the Wang family's ancestral land. However, today, a fatty carrying a large halberd attacked the Wang family's ancestral land. With a swing of the halberd, heaven and earth shook, and one of the peak Shun king experts of the Wang family was directly sent flying. When I was dominating the heavenly god realm, the ancestors of the Wang family were still playing in the mud somewhere. Wang family's little bastard dared to capture my boss. I will destroy the Wang family today. The fatty's momentum was like a rainbow. He took a step forward and instantly arrived above the Wang family's ancestral land. Then, he raised the halberd and smashed it at the Wang family's ancestral land's protective formation with all his strength. Boom! With a loud noise, the protective formation that enveloped the entire Wang family's ancestral land immediately shook violently. Countless formation patterns appeared in the void and interweaved into ancient diagrams. Countless diagrams blocked the fatty's attack. However, even so, the Wang family's upper echelons were still shocked. At this time, an ancestor-level existence of the Wang family was attacking Gu Fei. A yellow dragon pounced directly at Gu Fei, as if a real dragon had appeared between heaven and earth. Roar! The gigantic dragon roared and swiped at Gu Fei with its huge dragon claw, shattering the void in the area. Oomph! Gu Fei's right hand moved, and an immortal sword light directly soared into the sky, cutting the dragon in half and then dissipating in the void. This is Wang family's ancestor Wang Wei couldn't help but be moved when he saw Gu Fei's sword. You, especially Wang Xuanji, his eyeballs were about to fall to the ground. Wasn't this the profound meaning of his blade Dao with a thought? The difference was that he could form a blade with a thought, while Gu Fei could form a sword with a thought. After the immortal sword light destroyed the giant dragon that Wang Wei had conjured, its momentum did not diminish. In an instant, it arrived in front of Wang Wei. The cold sword chi could penetrate the bones and marrow. Even someone as strong as Wang Wei would die if he was struck by Gu Fei's sword. Wang Wei roared. He directly shattered the void and rushed into the chaos. However, Gu Fei's sword light followed closely like a shadow, directly breaking through the void and slashing into the chaos. Everyone who witnessed this scene was inexplicably shocked. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Wang Xuanji roared at the experts of the Wang family. He himself turned into a blade light and slashed at Gu Fei. The experts of the Wang family were jolted awake by Wang Xuanji's roar, and they all took action at once. In an instant, the place where Gu Fei was directly shattered, and even the chaotic chi was beaten out. With so many experts attacking at the same time, this force was extremely powerful. He's still not dead? The experts of the Wang family were all shocked to the extreme when they saw this scene. However, in the next moment, all the experts of the Wang family who attacked turned pale with fright. They saw a mass of divine light emerge, and then, endless power of the divine way directly converged toward that mass of divine light. What's going on? Wang Wei, Wang Xian, and the others were inexplicably shocked. No one could block the attack launched by the experts of the Wang family. Even Hierarch Pasu would not dare to take it head-on. However, Gu Fei did not dodge or evade and let this terrifying force hit him. Then, the experts of the Wang family were all dumbfounded. Even the void was shattered, and the chaotic chi was beaten out, but Gu Fei was still unscathed. His sternum turned into a bottomless black hole, crazily devouring all the power around him. Gu Fei only felt that his whole body was swelling up. The power devoured by the eternal real bone was so huge that it was comparable to half of the source power of heaven and earth. Wang Xuanji was sent flying again, and he kept coughing up blood. The other experts of the Wang family were all sent flying, including Wang Xuanji and the 6 great half-emperors. Shen King, one of the 8 pinnacle half-emperors, directly vomited blood. As for Shun King and Divine King of the Wang family, they were even more miserable. The weaker ones were directly devoured into dried corpses, and the smarter ones hid in the surrounding battle formations. Rumble. The battle formation formed by millions of soldiers was activated, forming a powerful force field that enveloped everything in the battle formation. Those experts of the Wang family who hid in the battle formation were lucky enough to survive and escape the disaster. The power gathered by the battle formation was unimaginably strong. Kill. With a roar, Wang Wei directly rushed into a battle formation. In the next moment, he drew the power of the battle formation to his body, and he was like an undying god of war with earth-shattering might. What undying god? Go to hell. Wang Wei roared crazily, attacking with all his might like a madman. However, with a snap of Gu Fei's fingers, Wang Wei exploded. His body and soul were directly destroyed, and his Yuan Qi was directly devoured by the eternal real bone. At this time, the fatty and one of the 9 Shen King, Wind Emperor Wang Tianhu, started fighting. Wang Tianhu was incomparably strong, but after exchanging a few moves, he was killed by the fatty. With the divine halberd in his hand, the fatty seemed to have changed into a different person. He could actually swing the halberd to slash at Shen King. If this fatty had such powerful battle strength before, he wouldn't have been scared off by Wang Zhaotian. Boss is mighty. Seeing Gu Fei display his invincible might and actually beat the experts of the Wang family into a mess, the fatty couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed. The protective formation that enveloped the Wang family's ancestral land was also shaking. Gu Fei's entire body was madly devouring the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the area. The heaven and earth spiritual energy that the Wang family's ancestral land had accumulated for countless years was being devoured by Gu Fei in a predatory manner. Such a huge amount of essence was refined into his body by Gu Fei, and the aura that erupted from Gu Fei's body became even more powerful. The aura of eternity was vast and mighty. The other bone bodies also showed signs of transforming into the eternal real bone, which surprised and delighted Gu Fei. If his martial body could completely transform into the eternal god body, that would be the true, undying god body. Rumble. At this time, in the sky above the Wang family's ancestral land, a battle formation formed by over 100,000 soldiers directly pressed down on Gu Fei. Kill. Over 100,000 soldiers roared at the same time, their voices shaking the nine heavens. They simultaneously raised the spears in their hands, and in the next moment, the power of the battle formation madly converged, turning into a sky-piercing spear, directly piercing towards Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei's surroundings seemed to have become another world. The sky-piercing spear formed by the power of over 100,000 soldiers suddenly disappeared without a trace in front of him. What? Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Any attack was useless against Gu Fei. At this time, he was invincible, and all the power of those who attacked him was devoured by him. Everyone in the Wang family was desperately instilling primordial qi into Gu Fei. Even if Gu Fei did not want it, he had no choice. What should we do now? The experts of the Wang family were stunned, and Wang Zhaotian was even more dumbfounded. He never thought that Gu Fei could be so powerful. At this time, Wang Zhaotian, the patriarch of the Wang family, regretted bringing this killer back to the Wang family's ancestral land. This was simply the rhythm of courting death. Damn it! Wang Zhaotian stared at Gu Fei, watching the experts of the Wang family being killed one by Gu Fei. His eyes were red, and he directly burned his natal divine energy to fight with Gu Fei. Wang Zhaotian was shrouded in divine flame. He directly pounced on Gu Fei, and a violent wave of divine power burst out from his body. Patriarch. When the other experts of the Wang family saw this scene, some of them burst into tears. Retreat. That female expert of the Wang family, Dxin, was shocked and shouted hastily. Countless experts of the Wang family immediately fled in all directions. In the next moment, Wang Zhaotian, like a meteorite falling from the sky, fiercely collided with the protective divine light of Gu Fei. Boom! With a loud bang, Wang Zhaotian, the patriarch of the Wang family, exploded. The terrible power of destruction spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything was directly torn apart and obliterated. Some of the disciples of the Wang family who could not escape in time were directly swept into the mighty energy storm, directly torn to pieces, their bodies and souls destroyed. Even a battle formation was drowned by the destructive storm. The entire battle formation exploded in the end, and countless soldiers of the Wang family turned into blood mist. Hundreds of thousands of living creatures died just like that. In an instant, the universe was filled with blood, and the sun and moon lost their light. It was as though doomsday had arrived. It was extremely terrifying. Sigh. Gu Fei sighed. This was not what he wanted to see. The people of the Wang family were really courting death. They actually sent themselves to death. Wang Zhaotian actually wanted to drag Gu Fei along with him to self-destruct. He wanted to use such a method to kill Gu Fei. In the end, the disciples of the Wang family suffered. The power of destruction spread over 1,000 miles. With the Wang family's purgatory as the center, the area within 1,000 miles turned into a desert. Everything was erased from the ground. This was the horror of the self-destruction of an emperor god, an early-stage emperor god. The ancestral land of the Wang family was protected by the formation, but a small part of it was still destroyed. When Wang Xian and the others saw this scene, their hearts were bleeding. Wang Zhaotian died. The old ancestor-level existence Wang Wei also died. One of the peak Shun King was killed by Fatty, and Wang Xuanji was half-crippled. There were also hundreds of thousands of soldiers. In fact, it was Wang Zhaotian who killed them. However, in the eyes of the Wang family, everything was blamed on Gu Fei. Gu Fei was also helpless. This was Wang Zhaotian, sending himself to death. This battle could no longer continue. Wang Xian led the group of experts of the Wang family to surrender. They had no choice but to surrender. If they did not surrender and fought to the end, the Wang family might be annihilated. The existence in the depths of the Wang family's ancestral land actually did not make a sound at this time. This made Wang Xian and the others very depressed. At the crucial moment, that existence actually did not make a move. Gu Fei's combat strength was shocking. With the strength of one person, he shocked the entire Wang family. This was one person suppressing an entire family. Moreover, it was a big family like the Wang family. When the news spread, the whole world was shocked. That guy. Chapter 41:16. Gu Fei single-handedly suppressed an entire clan and forced the Wang family to surrender. Swoosh! Dozens of divine lights rushed out from Gu Fei's hand and directly entered the bodies of the Wang family's upper echelons. The upper echelons of the Wang family were all terrified. They knew very well that from now on, they were Gu Fei's servants. Their bodies were sealed, and they could not betray him even if they wanted to. If they wanted to live, they could only obediently submit to Gu Fei and not have any thoughts of rebellion. Other than ancestor Wang Wei, who was killed by Gu Fei, and Wang Zhaotian, the other half-emperors of the Wang family did not die. Wang Xuanji was crippled by Gu Fei, so it would be difficult for him to recover to his peak state. 6 half-emperors, 1 dead and 1 crippled. The other 4 were also seriously injured. The biggest blow to the Wang family was the death of Wang Zhaotian. One had to know that Wang Zhaotian was the god emperor of the Wang family. With him around, no one would dare to touch the Wang family. Now that he was dead, the great forces of the southern divine region would probably be restless. Especially the 5 great forces of the southern divine region, they had long wanted to take action against the Wang family. The Wang family's foundation was too deep, and they had an emperor like Wang Zhaotian. In the future, the 6th great force of the southern divine region would appear. This was something even the southern heaven god emperor did not want to see. The Wang family and the southern heaven god emperor had formed an alliance. Both sides were scheming against each other. The southern heaven god emperor wanted to use the Wang family to sweep across the southern divine region and become the supreme ruler of the southern divine region. However, the Wang family was not willing to be used. The southern heaven god emperor was still wary of the Wang family, so he could not do anything to them. But now it was different. Who wouldn't want to take a bite out of the Wang family? Boss, you're too awesome. You can suppress an entire clan by yourself. Even I, the realm master, can't do that for now. In the Wang family's ancestral hall, Fatty was lying on a chair with his legs crossed. He was lazily eating a special divine fruit from the Wang family's ancestral ground. This heavenly dragon fruit is one of the best in the southern divine region. Only the Wang family has a heavenly dragon divine tree in their ancestral grounds. Normally, just a whiff of this fruit would increase one's lifespan by dozens of years. Fatty tossed one dragon-shaped divine fruit after another into his mouth. The higher-ups of the Wang family felt their hearts ache when they saw this. The heavenly dragon fruit was the treasure of the Wang family. One heavenly dragon fruit could create an expert with the heavenly dragon divine body. There were dozens of fruits on the plate beside the plate. Even the higher-ups of the Wang family were reluctant to eat it. Gu Fei smiled. This kind of divine fruit was not worthy of his attention. After all, there were countless heaven-defying divine medicines in his inner world. Gu Fei looked at the plate of dragon-shaped divine fruits at the side. He even had the immortal divine medicine, so he didn't even have the thought of eating a mere heavenly dragon fruit. On the other hand, the people of the heavenly god realm treated this kind of divine fruit as a treasure. Go and find young Ichian for me. If he's dead, you don't need to come back. Gu Fei said to the experts of the Wang family lying on the floor. Yes, master. The higher-ups of the Wang family were terrified. They didn't know who Yang Ichian was, but since their master had asked them to find him, they would find him even if they had to turn the entire southern divine region upside down. Yang Ichian was currently living a miserable life. After the elder of the southern heaven divine palace, Yuan Outsong, was captured from the southern Kuan ancient city, he had been hiding from the Wang family in the southern heaven divine palace. I'm really in deep trouble because of that bastard Gu Fei. Yang Ichian hid in a small city in the Wang family's territory. He raised his head and looked at the divine sun in the sky. He let out a sigh. He had no idea how long he would have to live like this. It was noon. He stood in the shadow of a house. It was a secluded alley. Yang Ichian took out a fruit and ate it. The disciples of the Black Dragon from the southern Heaven Divine Palace were hot on his trail. He was almost caught a few times. He was only in the advanced stage of the true God realm. This time, the southern Heaven Divine Palace sent out a God King to hunt him down. It was another God King level elder of the southern Heaven Divine Palace, the Black Dragon Elder. The Black Dragon Elder was not alone, but a group of people. The Black Dragon Elder was actually the weakest elder in the southern Heaven Divine Palace. He was either an early stage or mid-stage God King. Above the Black Dragon Elder was the Golden Dragon Elder, and the highest was the Purple Dragon Elder. The Purple Dragon Elder was the Shun King, a mid-stage Shin King. Over here, Yang Yiqian had only taken a few bites of the fruit in his hand when a figure rushed into the alley. Damn it! Yang Yiqian threw away the remaining half of the fruit in his hand and stretched out his right hand. A divine spear immediately appeared in his hand, shrouded in divine light. At this time, figures flashed, and 3 more Black Dragon disciples entered the alley. These 4 Black Dragon disciples blocked the front and back alleys. Humph, run. Why aren't you running anymore? A disciple in black armor stared at Yang Yiqian and said with a hideous smile, "Is this how the people of the southern Heaven Divine Palace behave? Ganging up on people?" Yang Yiqian glanced at these people and sneered. "What did you say?" Among the 4 disciples, the face of the Black Dragon disciple who was the leader of the group immediately darkened. "Did I say something wrong?" Yang Yiqian said disdainfully. "Provoking us won't do you any good." Another disciple of the southern Heaven Divine Palace said coldly, "So what if I provoke you? Are you going to let me go?" Yang Yiqian said indifferently, "Let you go? Stop dreaming," the leading disciple said with a sneer. Their elder had already given the order to capture Yang Yiqian at all costs. Even if they couldn't capture him alive, they still wanted to see his corpse. Then what's the point of talking so much? Come at me together. Yang Yiqian's battle intent surged. He wasn't one of those who only knew how to hide in a corner and cultivate. He wasn't lacking in battle experience. If his aura was weak right from the start, he would definitely lose. There was only one outcome, death. Whether he was captured or killed in battle, he would still die in the end. "Haha, boss, he asked us to attack together." A disciple of the Black Dragon said to the leader of the group with a laugh, "He's just a great perfection true god. I'll capture him." Another muscular disciple of the Black Dragon stepped forward. "Be careful," the leading Black Dragon disciple said. "Don't worry, boss. How could this guy be my opponent?" The disciple was very confident. As he spoke, he strode towards Yang Yiqian. Streaks of lightning emerged from his body. Those streaks of lightning were like silver snakes, coiling around his body. A destructive aura spread out from his body. Lightning Tao cultivation technique, heavenly lightning divine physique? Yang Yiqian's eyes narrowed. Yang Yiqian, die. Chapter 41:17. When Gu Fei first arrived in the heavenly god realm, Yang Yiqian was now in a miserable state. He was being chased by the Wang family in the Nantian Divine Palace. Even though he fled to a remote and desolate place, he still couldn't shake off the Black Dragon disciples of the Nantian Divine Palace. He originally wanted to hide in a small city for a while, but the Black Dragon disciples of the Nantian Divine Palace caught up to him and blocked him in a small alley in the city. Yang Yiqian never expected that the one who attacked him among the 4 Black Dragon disciples was actually a guy with the Heavenly Thunder Divine Body. In the Heavenly God realm, the Divine Body was the foundation of cultivation. The Heavenly Thunder Divine Body was also a very famous Divine Body in the Heavenly God realm. The person stretched out his right hand and immediately, 5 lightning bolts pierced towards Yang Yiqian. Although each lightning bolt was only the size of a finger, each of them emitted a heart-palpitating aura of destruction. "Kill!" Yang Yiqian roared and pushed off with both feet. His entire body shot towards the Black Dragon disciple like an arrow. He allowed the 4 lightning bolts to strike his body, but the battle spear in his hand was already in front of the person. The person was startled and hurriedly dodged. However, the battle spear in Yang Yiqian's hand still pierced through his left chest. "What?" The other 3 Black Dragon disciples couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this. "Wah!" Yang Yiqian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured by the 5 lightning bolts, but the other party's injuries were worse than his. Kill him. The leading Black Dragon disciple roared and fiercely pounced towards Yang Yiqian. The other Black Dragon disciples couldn't care less and also pounced towards Yang Yiqian. After Yang Yiqian injured the guy with the heavenly thunder divine body, he didn't even bother with the battle spear and directly charged towards another Black Dragon disciple. That person was taken aback. Yang Yiqian's reckless fighting style really shocked these people to no end. Bam! With a muffled sound, the Black Dragon disciple was directly pushed back by Yang Yiqian and directly crashed through the wall. Yang Yiqian, on the other hand, directly charged forward. Preposterous! When the Black Dragon disciple in the lead saw this, he was both shocked and furious. Die! He directly blasted a palm towards Yang Yiqian, who was in front of him. The violent palm force immediately enveloped the void in front of him, and a huge palm instantly blasted towards Yang Yiqian's back. Yang Yiqian threw a backhand punch. Bam! A muffled sound rang out, and a powerful energy wave spread out from between the two of them. The alley collapsed, and the houses within a radius of 1,000 feet also collapsed. Dust rose high into the sky. At this moment, Yang Yiqian borrowed the force of the palm of the leading Black Dragon disciple and flew out like he was riding on a cloud before landing in the city. Boom! Yang Yiqian directly smashed a house and fell into the ruins. In the next moment, he shook off the bricks on his body and rushed out. Little guy, let's see where else you can run to. At this moment, a voice came from the sky. Oh no, it's a God King. When Yang Yiqian heard this voice, he couldn't help but be shocked. In the heavenly divine world, only existences with cultivation of God King and above could fly. Needless to say, the person in the sky must be the Black Dragon Elder from the Southern Heaven Divine Palace who led the team to hunt him down. The Black Dragon Elder from the Southern Heaven Divine Palace was a powerful early-stage or mid-stage God King. How could he be a match for a God King? He wasn't a freak like Gu Fei. In the next moment, a powerful pressure descended from the sky and landed on Yang Yiqian's body. At the same time, a huge hand broke through the clouds in the sky and grabbed at Gu Fei. I'm dead this time. Yang Yiqian was shocked and angry at the same time. He closed his eyes and waited for death. However, a cry suddenly came from the sky. Then, he felt his body relax, and the pressure that descended from the sky disappeared. He looked up and saw that the huge hand had also disappeared. High up in the sky, there were 2 figures moving at high speed. Powerful divine energy fluctuations erupted from them. Wang Jin, what are you doing? The Black Dragon Elder shouted angrily. The Southern Heaven Divine Palace was in an alliance with the Wang clan. Wang Jin must have taken the wrong medicine to fight with his life on the line. I'm taking this guy, the God King named Wang Jin said as he attacked. He's our prey. The Black Dragon Elder didn't budge an inch. Then let's fight. Wang Jin didn't want to waste his breath on this guy. He was already frustrated enough and had nowhere to vent his anger. This was the perfect time to vent his anger on this guy. Everyone in the Wang clan felt the same way. However, the Black Dragon Elder obviously hadn't received the news that the Wang clan was defeated by a single person. At this moment, Yang Yiqian wanted to escape while the 2 God Kings were fighting in the sky. However, just as he was about to escape, he was surrounded by the Southern Heaven Divine Palace's Black Dragon disciples who had rushed out from all over the city. Yang Yiqian fell into despair upon seeing this. He was severely injured and was surrounded by so many Black Dragon disciples. How could he possibly escape? At this moment, more than a dozen figures rushed out from the surroundings. These people directly pounced towards the Black Dragon disciples. What? The Black Dragon disciples of the Southern Heaven Divine Palace were shocked upon seeing this. Is the Wang clan trying to break the alliance and declare war against the Southern Heaven Divine Palace? The Black Dragon Elder in the sky roared at Wang Jin. He waved his hands and black rays burst out from his hands, piercing through Wang Jin's body. Each of the black rays emitted a chilling aura. With a single punch, Wang Jin directly shattered the 5 rays of black light. Then, with a point of his finger, A dazzling sword ray immediately rushed out from his finger and instantly pierced through the Black Dragon Elder's face. So fast, the Black Dragon Elder dodged to the side without hesitation. However, the finger glow still pierced through the Black Dragon Elder's left shoulder. The Black Dragon Elder was enraged, but his opponent's cultivation was higher than his. He had no chance of winning if he continued to fight. He glared at Wang Jin before turning around and leaving. The Black Dragon disciples who were fighting against the Wang clan cultivators had no choice but to retreat as well when they saw their elder retreating. Kill. The people of the Wang clan chased after the Black Dragon disciples of the Southern Heaven Divine Palace energetically. The people of the Southern Heaven Divine Palace retreated as they fought. After leaving behind a few corpses, they escaped from the city and disappeared into the mountains outside. Follow me. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.